I think it's Friday. I hope you're good. Welcome on in. I hope your week was good. I hope everything is fine. We have some news, some sad news. I mean, sad news, depending, but sad, not good news, I'd say, which are still news. But that's the thing. Um, and then other than that, we don't have much. It's just Friday, so I'm waiting for your project as always. We have some teeny tiny things that could might need to be talked about. That makes any sense? I hope. I doubt. I hope uh Techie can join us. That would be amazing because it would be great to go over the Kyoto design file just for the sake of going over it. But if Techie's not there, as said last time, I'm not gonna go and talk about the things that are in there because it makes no sense. Um, but yeah, that's the that is crazy. Other than that, we have no news. I've been trying to work on this new project that I can't talk about, which is kind of the sad news of the day. I have this new returning client that is coming back for branding and design and so on. And I asked them if they wanted or if they were okay with me like sharing and disclosing the project and what it is, the direction, the research and so on. And they said kind of no. Stealth would be better. So we go stealth, and I can't show you anything, and I'm sad about it. I wish I could. I'm sure you could help, but you don't have the right to see things. So that's where we are. We don't have any displays things. On the other hand, we have some teeny tiny things when it comes to the reviews and the thing that I shaved in the reviews. I forgot about this. I should have preloaded that. There is a bit of a new pattern going back to what Denny was asking last time. This is kind of new. This is kind of new. This as well. We talked about these two because they are kind of the same thing. And then this is for Kyoto specifically. I think this would be really great for Techie to take a look at. And there are like things which I think we stopped somewhere around here. This is not the first time I'm seeing something similar, so can go over that. Um, this is the current patterns. I've been saying that for the past few months. This is what designers are doing, and they are trying their best to recreate the things that we were doing in 2013. And I know that it sounds like, oh, I'm old and look at me, I have the knowledge. It's just the circles. We are just circling through the design system and presentation and so on. And someone earlier today or earlier yesterday asked, um, like, why is AI using these things? And I just mentioned the fact that this is basically what we were doing in 2014, 2015, um, on every of our projects. And because Dribble is basically the training data, then that is going to come up in the generated design just because that's the training data. And apparently people don't realize what training data means because it's just common sense. But again, I don't know. I don't know. At this point in time, I feel like design is just common sense. But yeah, this is a bit of an alternate pattern that I'm noticing. It's not the first time. We've talked about some similar things in the past. This is the icy glass. I don't know exactly how I can explain it, but it's a bit of a frosted glass plus liquid glass combined together into something that is usually blue. There is like a lot of other colors as well that are used, but it creates that frosted from cold, not frosted from um, macro or nano textured or something. So it's an interesting concept. and an interesting direction. A lot of people are going this way with the combination of these buttons that have that kind of convex, concave. I mean, this one is convex, button shape where you can see that the bottom is a a smidge darker than the top. So it has a bit of a highlight. It's rounded. It has some physicality to it. All of that is really much a patterns that I'm noticing that is coming through, and it's not like the first time. It's a bit of a clash with the liquid glass, I feel like. It's not liquid glass per se, but it has like some of the highlight of liquid glass without using them the same way. So it's an interesting patterns. But when you look at all of that, and we talked about this before, when you are a designer that is trying to get better at what you're doing, analyzing the word in pronunciation, analyzing the concept and the things that are coming up will help you understand what is currently happening. And right here, obviously, you are watching this through the stream, so it's not great. Not gonna lie, it's never gonna be a great thing, but there are some details that makes this UI a bit more interesting than others. If you look closely, for example, that icon and that text are engraved in the model itself, basically. So there is like a bit of an inner shadow that makes it as if it was recessed inside of the view. It's the same thing for all of the text, which is pretty interesting. It's not something that I would recommend to do, but it basically sits the text underneath the floor of the model, whereas this one is raised above the glass E material right there. So that's the thing that I notice. Everything from the text is going to be recessed. Everything from the elements that are interactable or interactive are going to have that kind of raised text, raised effect. So that button is raised, that progress bar is raised, that text is raised as well. So that's a bit of a pattern, not necessarily a definitive pattern, but it's a bit of a pattern. Same thing here, which is the same direction in which a lot of people are currently going. I do like the not fully rounded thing. Like it feels like it's not a rounded rectangle. It feels like it's a weird shape, like a jelly bean type of thing in the edges, and it looks more natural. This is a bit of a patterns as well. People are coming back to these things to create some more organic shapes because, again, the regular flat design is kind of overrated right now, and people are fed up with it, so they want something that stands out. So this is usually the direction in which they are going, which is interesting. This one is the one that we talked about last. I think this is the same thing. Yeah. We talked about it last Wednesday with that one that was generated on the 22nd, which was 2 days ago. And then they expanded the same thing. And if you've been on Twitter for the past few days, you probably have seen a ton of people creating and telling you that it's done for designers and so on, the usual thing, because image 2 is just generating brand guidelines like this. And yeah, it does generate the thing. Not gonna deny that. But if for some reason you're like, well, I would love to change that icon, you can't. You would love to change that image to make something a bit different. That's an easy fix. But if you wanted to change the text, can't do that. So it's a great resource for quickly getting like an ID out and say, oh yeah, I like this as an option. Like that green is cool. That yellow is interesting. That font is nice. But when you're looking at it, you're like, well, what is the font actually? Like, are these really
Lone
the font?
___ traveler is now following.
No traveler, welcome back. Why do you have two underscores today? How are you? Are you the same user as usual, or is it like another lone traveler that is coming and saying hi? In that case, welcome on in. But yeah, like, are these the right font? Are these like, is uncut? This font really is the night serif light. Um, the right thing. It's interesting. It's interesting that you change. I mean, you have like a new user name. That's kind of sad, but yeah. Denny, hi, welcome on in. But Lone Driver, welcome back. So yeah, these things are interesting. They are like first draft, and therefore potentially good for the client that I have today. I use image 2 to just generate a thing and say this was image generated or like AI generated. You tell me if this is like a direction in which you want to go, in which case we will push in that direction. But if that's not the case, then I'm not gonna push. So that's the thing. I've seen like a ton of people doing this, and what I see is the amount of mistakes and errors and misalignment and typos and the fact that things are all over the place and not making any fucking sense. So that's the thing. I'm doing okay. I'm doing tired, but I'm doing okay. Um, like we've known better days, but it's fine. This one was fun. This one is just an interesting thing that they have put in place. I don't know if it is like gyroscope based, as in if your phone is tilting, then the loader is tilting as well. I doubt it. I think it's just like an all the time rotation type of thing. The loader is good. The verified, like the check mark is really shit. That's too much. But as a concept is pretty fun. It's also very interesting to see, if I pose it right about here, that the the tick itself is raised from the color skew circle thing. So you get something that has like the bang dimensions, goddamn, in between the tick, the floor, and the floor of the button, to get like that 3D effect. It is just too fast for my taste. I feel like this one is fun to have like that kind of rotation and so on. It's a bit too fast still. Um, but yeah, and then the verified doesn't have any animation whatsoever. There is a teeny tiny amount of tilt in the beginning, but not much. So yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. It's a bit of a nice thing. And then this is a bit of a weird thing, and uh, it's something that you don't know about. Nishit, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's a Japanese website. But this is new. This is a new thing, and it's a concept that we have seen in the past, um, but it is coming back. So that concept of creating diagrams with relationship in between elements and presentations and so on, all of that is kind of coming back. And obviously, I am seeing things like this a lot more because of what I'm learning. As I kind of mentioned once, I think we have similar things for the Japanese language construction, like shit like this, which is interesting on its own, but not necessarily like the most useful tool. But it basically shows you the kanji character that you're trying to learn and its relationship with the others. So you can just go there and see how things are related to one another, what is coming from there, how deep can things go? Like, are there some very deep things? So that is interesting, I would say, like per se, for research purposes and then just experimenting with these kind of diagram. This is coming back, and so the fact that this one is brand new, but again from a Japanese person for Japanese related content is pretty interesting to me. So, you know, it's it's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. So yeah, other than that, cool patterns, but that's it. That is it. I've been pretty good. I'm tired. I've been working on a client project that I can't show you because client said no. I know. So I can't talk about it. I mean I can talk about it, but you can't know what it is, sadly. But there is like a ton of things that I'm inspired by that I need to showcase, and then for you, because I think you missed that in the beginning of the stream. This is kind of the latest things. So if you don't want to be in the slew of everyone doing the exact same thing with your portfolio, don't do that. Um, but yeah. Oh no, I don't got a job. I have a freelance job, which I've been having here and there for the past few years. But yeah, yeah. So yeah, this is the current behavior from a designer point of view. These were some not Twitch friendly things. I mean, Twitch friendly, yes, but not Twitch friendly. And we've seen that. We talked about it right about here. Like this is one of them, which is similar, and it makes sense. And then there is the other one that we talked about on Wednesday, which is somewhere around here. It's supposed to be somewhere around here. I'm starting to have like way too much like shit like this. Same concept, same idea when you have like things that are evolving in a more realistic environment. So that's a thing. Nonetheless, it's interesting, it's fun, whatever. And then you said from scratch, I mean, at design and AI builder roles, explore two direction, stuck between them. And you want my gut feeling before you commit. I see. um, I think anything with this would be great. Like any website with that in it. I'm kidding. What did you send? What did you send me? God dang. Oh my god. That is going to be a lot of opening back and forth. Back and forth. Oh my god. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't open the Apple TV link. That's not an option. If I do so, I think it's going to... No, it's good. So you have Rono, which is interesting. What did you say? Direction one editorial, refine, quiet, think. These three, so very minimal in what they are. I don't like this for one simple reason, which is this is a... I'm scrolling vertically and it's moving horizontally. That pisses me off every time. So no questions there. This one is the current trend, which is the thing that we talked about with Grizz on Wednesday, which is fine, but it's, everyone is doing the exact same thing. Very minimal, very editorial based. And I personally don't like it, and can only like it if the person has enough experience to be able to justify the fact that they are not showcasing the content. Like Rono is kind of at the limit. It's showing things, but it's not showing good things. It's just showing like visuals here and there, but it's not like this is much more interesting. Like I would rather go in something like this as a portfolio and be like, okay, shit, that person knows what they're talking about. I can see exactly like they are someone that is good at micro interactions, and it makes sense, and I understand. Like I get it from just this grid compared to this. This is debatable. This I don't really know. This one is something that we talked about a long time ago, and it makes sense. And then there is like a ton of things. Like it's really weird because if I'm scrolling vertically, it's not scrolling now because the computer knows that I have an horizontal scroll as an option. And if I don't have a trackpad, I'm stuck. I can't do shit on that website. Like it's just I need the side wheel to be able to do anything. And that is just making absolutely no fucking sense. Um, so, other than that, it's fine. It's fine. These are cool though. That animation is really cool. Specifically the lines, not the text. The text is just like kind of boring. We've seen that many times, and you know it's distracting. But the teeny tiny lines is a nice ID. It's a nice ID. Small stuff. Anyways, so this one is good, but it's also like I think this is what I kind of wanted to mention on on Wednesday for Grizz specifically. It's like these two are great for people like myself, and specifically, the reason why they are great, it's I have enough money to not get business from you or not get hired in your company. Like I don't give a fuck about you as a company hiring me or whatever. Like I'm set. I'm good. I don't need. I mean, it's not the case, but that's basically what these portfolios are, where you don't need to prove yourself, and it has this vibe, and it will only work if that's the truth, because you can fake it and have like one of these portfolios that looks as is. You have the money, you have the things, and therefore you don't need the work anyway. But if you do need the work, then this is not going to work. Like this is going to work for some very high level clients that will just pay you an insane amount of money because they know that you can deliver the things. But yeah, and one Lontrado, I said earlier, well established is the thing. Is the things. So that's the that's my gut feeling on these ones. I like them. I think they work, but I think for some people that are looking to change job, you need to showcase that you have the chops, that you have done the work, and that you are capable of doing the work that the people are trying to get. So something like this is better than something like this in a way, um, because you can see like these are links, um, but that's and there's a lot more content than the others, but everyone is doing the same thing, right? Building is what the fuck am I building? So for me, it will be can and perfume and ban. Project is going to be anything that I've done in projects in enterprises, like in companies and so on. And then if I have a blog and I did write things in the past and it's good writing from my point of view, then I'm gonna have writing. And if you take a look at the latest direction in which people are going, they have build project writing. They have project writing, and then sometimes they have build the thing that they have done for themselves or as subpar things. So it's an option. You can go with that, but Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't think so. For the not the last message, this message above of you aiming higher, um, that doesn't work. That shows me that you have been as lazy as me and you didn't want to make your portfolio because it's a pain in the ass and you know how to organize layout and that's about it. So you said, you know what, let me just do something with fonts because I'm pretty good with fonts. And that's it. And there is no real like case study or anything. It's exactly what I recommend to do. It is like, okay, you have worked on stuff but you don't want to write a case study, which is my case. Like I don't want to write a case study. I want to send you to the product in question that I have built. So for me right now, it's like even here, this is not something that I'm expecting to keep. Like I need to do my portfolio again, so I will at some point, but I also don't really give a shit. But having a page dedicated to the product, that pisses me off. I would rather send you to Can directly and say I've worked on this thing and this is the landing page. And then maybe you like the landing page, maybe you don't, probably you don't because it's shit. But at least you have the product that is live and working and available and you can, get into the app itself, download it, use it all day rather than reading the case study because no one reads the case study nowadays. Like it's just we all know that all of that has been AI generated anyways. Like in the mind of any hiring people right now, that's the case. And therefore, the only thing that will basically matter is the presentation and or how the person that you're trying to potentially hire is going to talk about it. So if I have these flows, for example, and I go into an interview and they want me to explain the flows and I can't, did I really work on the thing? Um, so this is not really a case study. Like that's just that's a page with 4 images. it's that's basically what it is. Um, and at one point I had like a more uglier version of these charts and I was like, you know what, let me just do them in Figma in a way that just looks nice for the sake of, but technically I didn't do shit about it. So it's just like, well, that's where we are. And yeah, we ended up there. So not the best. I think this one has a teeny tiny bit more explanations, but that's it. Um, like it is bad. I don't like it. And building wise, um, it's really bad. The thing that I've done in Framer to make this thing work, mm-mm-mm. And then this is not something that people care about, and you can't really zoom in and read the content and so on. It's just like a proof of something had happened. And for the jobs that I have, it makes sense to them. Like this is the type of thing that we needed to have, kinda. And I've had like a ton of things that because I had a picture of myself. I don't even know if I can show you that. Um, let me see. Let me see. That was 2017, maybe a bit a bit later than 2017. Kinda. I mean, I guess it's around here, but yeah, because I had these. Let me check that. Oh, we good. Because I had these on a portfolio of picture that I've taken during like an event, uh, and going through showcasing what we've done, the activities, the fact that we were there, we organized the thing, we did the workshop, and so on. All of that because I had this on my portfolio at some point to showcase the work and showcase the UX work and so on. I got hired somewhere else because it proved that I had the skills and the understanding and the presentation to basically ensure that the workshop was going right and going in the right direction, and we were finding the right findings and so on. And it doesn't really matter as a whole. Like, it's not showcasing the charts for the sake of showcasing the charts, but it kind of is. And then things like this as well, even though very bad and polished and so polished for what it is, have been some of the reason why some of my projects have been more appreciated than others, simply because, oh, that person cares about the wireframe prior to, like it's the bit of the bullshit that some of the hiring people like to see, which I stopped doing by now. Well, but it worked at that point. At that point, it worked. So it's it's the thing. Plenty, plenty of workshops and things that basically showcase that I have been involved within the project definitions and
Hello
so on.
underscore Gray
So
just resubscribed for 4 months.
that's the thing. Great. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. Appreciate it. 4 months is a long time. Welcome back. Let me see if I can find um, the one that I have in my head, but I don't think I can. I think it's past. Um, it's been so long. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, shit like this, and we talked about it and we kind of looked at it and showcased it in the past. Um, but 5 post-its on a wall showcasing that I'm visualizing the problem and potentially finding a solution from there right away, like like that type of shit. I can't really explain it, but the hiring people love that, and that pisses me off. But it makes sense to them, so having that in here, even if it's digital, makes sense to them. So I don't think that's the case. Um, like I'm currently with a new client. These 4 pages right here are, and I know I'm showcasing things from afar. These 4 pages, I mean not four now, 5 pages are just me researching logo shape and directions and things and scribblings for, the sake of experimenting. And I'm doing this on pen and paper instead of doing that on Figma or something else, just because it is faster, and that will still work. And again, I've showcased, I think, shit like this in the past, and I'm gonna do one very, very quickly. But if I have one of these and I say we can have either one of that or one of that, this is going to be bad, and then it's going to be not zoomed in. But if I do something like this thing right here, and I say to a client, like these are the two options that we have on the sketch, like we can either go with a vertical scroll or a horizontal scroll for the thing, then that alone is going to be appreciated for the speed instead of having to take the 5 minutes that it would take me to do that in Figma, for example. Um, and most of the time, these types of things, again, what I just did right here is just on the fly during a meeting, showcasing that I have the skill. So if there is some of that during or within the case study then it's good-ish. But but um there is, I think the Camden thing that we talked about before is also like very important and we need to talk about it again. But yeah. Um yes, which is kind of bad. Let me see if I have this one. I don't remember if I liked it or not. Um I think I did, but I'm not sure. And I don't know if it was way above. It is probably way above. I have a feeling it was Vadim as well that just said that. But um yeah, that is basically how I feel about it. Like the fact that right now you are um AI native, AI first, cutting edge, and so on. It it kind of means that you don't necessarily have um like an ID uh on what your actual skills are. Like you're just like, well, this is the current thing that makes money, which is exactly what you just said. And therefore I'm gonna go there because that's the I just care about making money, which is fine, by the way. But it's just like it feels all right, cool. Um I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't think that is what they want. I think, oh, and we're going political enterprise politics type of thing. The clients don't, I mean, the companies don't give a shit about the AI thing. Most of the research and sub-research that has been happening on companies that have implemented AI in their workflow are reporting that it makes the users and the employees like look busy, but it makes them less productive than they were. And if they didn't have to use the AI thing, the whole company would be way more productive as a whole. So that's a thing that is interesting. Um, and it's it's not that the company wants it, it's that right now it is what sells for the stakeholders and the VCs and so on, because the VCs don't have any fucking clue what they're doing. And it's just like, oh, that's the shiny new word, and therefore we're gonna invest in this thing, which, you've seen the fucking um Allbirds shoes things, you know. Um and it's like they are a shoe company, and then they said we're gonna sell all of our physical stock for loss because we don't care anymore, and now we are going to become an AI company, and their stock just jumped 700%, as if they knew what they were doing, they knew anything about AI, they knew. how to create like the infrastructure and the data centers that they need to become like what they, have been talking about. Um, and so that is kind of the situation. The AI stuff is not like it's not on the company that decides to put it in. It's the VCs and the investors that are saying, well, we need like the cutting edge stuff, and therefore it's going to be AI and so on. But again, I'm not telling you that this is not true and that AI doesn't make money and that aiming for these companies is not a good idea to just make a ton of money really fast. Again, very please do it if you want to. It's just that currently, um, because I'm on a lot of artist related content, I see the absolutely anti-AI side of things. And because I'm on the dev content, I see the very much AI first side of things. And there is a lot of hype around the AI first and the creation of products through AI, with AI integration, and so on. And as I've been saying for the past 3 years, AI doesn't exist, and a report is a report. If it's generated by an AI or generated by hand, it's still a report at the end of the day. So talking about an AI report makes absolutely no sense. So there is this sentiment that will happen. There is this shift that will happen. I'm probably too early, as always, and it's probably going to shift in 3 years. So you can make money for the next 3 years, 3 to 5 years. Um, yeah. If you're coding with AI, you're just coding. Yes. Um, it's just like you're using the newest tool to do the work that you need to do. And that's about it. It's just like it is different. It's not like you are coding, is that you are generating the code. You are using the tool to generate the code for you because you don't have the skills to write the code by hand, which is my case. I don't have the skills. Therefore, I'm using AI to write the things for me because it's faster, it's easier, it's making a ton of mistakes. And now I'm fighting with my own apps to make sure that it works, and it's not working. But like all of that is the thing. Um, and the AI first is going to fade away as a right now it is a marketing term. There is a very um, appreciative movement toward the people that are implementing AI in a thoughtful way, in a way that is good, and in a way that is useful. So right now, the companies that are standing out are nothing. Apparently, they're whatever space. I forgot how they called it, but they have like a thing that generates widgets and creates sub apps on the fly on device. Is something that apparently is useful, and the people that are using it are saying that it is good and that it is an AI implementation that is good and useful for them. So like that's something. Um, there have been like a ton of things that are not hashtag AI, if that makes sense. There is no tags on it, but it is machine learning and transformers in the background that are working, but it's just not coded and tagged as AI because it just doesn't make any sense. So, for example, the Adobe Illustrator turntable, if you know what that is, um, I forgot if it's like one word. It is just one word. And it's just a way to get like any characters, object, things that you are creating in different, well, as a turntable. So if you're here and you're like, oh yeah, I have that corgi on a chair. I just want to rotate it. but I don't want to spend the time to re-illustrate the entire thing. I have already done this thing, so I can use the turntable stuff to just rotate the thing, and it will interpolate to create like you know, a vector graphics that looks the same, that is the same, kinda, not really. But it's not an AI features. It is an AI features, but it's not like marketed as an AI feature type of thing, if you get what I mean. Um, Nonetheless, to go back to what you said earlier, which I agree with, in this current state of us moving faster with new tools and the fact that, pen and paper is going to fade away for some people, I do understand that if you are doing your sketches through like an AI chatbot to get the output, why not? Um, but what it tells me, but also remember, and I'm gonna go here, and that's a clippable moment as always. Um, I'm old. I've been doing that for 22 years. So obviously, I have my ways of working. And if you're using the new tools and the AI generation to create your sketches and your first drafts and so on, good for you. It's working, it's fast, it's easy and such. But me as my old ass sees it as you don't have the skills. You don't know how to do it. Like you don't have the the brain capacities and the patience and the willpower to do the thing when it's necessary, and specifically in the beginning for the sketching and the iterative process and the finding out what will be good. That's the time where it's the most useful, and therefore you want to like take the time. If I going back to what Twitter had and where we were a second ago, and I'm gonna just go back there, I'm almost certain that we will see like 3 to 4 if I just scroll. Um, I could just research image 2 and so on. Um, but if I could just go into the likes. I have liked a lot of them lately just to save them on the side. If I see something like this, it was generated in about, I don't know, 35 seconds, 45 seconds probably, you know. Um and yeah, it's cool. I agree. I'm 100% in an agreement with that. It's efficient, except uh this is shit. Like, you will take twice as long to figure out where is what is, like, how can I use that? Um, and as I said earlier, like, is PP Nayuma China the right font? Is that the real font of, or the name of that font? Was it something else? Is the instrument serif exactly that font? What is, like, how is this coming to life? Like, which one is it? Is it the one with the slits on the letters? Is it the one with the A right there or not right there? Um, and like, which one is it? Is it truly this? And if the client loves it, like let's say the client loves this thing, which is it's fine. It happens. It You think that you have gained so much time, you will spend twice as long, if not more, to try to figure out how to recreate this entire thing, extract the entire concept, figure out if the thing is actually working or not, because that's not necessarily a feasible thing. Like, you don't really know yet. And the process of iterative in the beginning, the research and so on, is where you figure out, oh yeah, that's good, that's a good idea, or that's not a good idea, that's not gonna work, and so on. So that's the thing. Um, no, I'm talking about AI generated content for designers. That's all I'm saying. The fact that it's like lo-fi, hi-fi doesn't really exist anymore. Again, based on what you said earlier, as in the simple fact that right now with the tools that we have the ability to generate things like this. For example, this is an AI generated website for sure. Um, is basically telling us that there is no need for a low fidelity thing anymore. It's just I have an idea, I'm gonna get the high fidelity output right away because it's much faster and you know it makes sense. And all of that is just I had an idea and therefore I'm gonna get the thing. So nonetheless, if it's like nailing the UX and the user experience and so on, the AI is never gonna give you the thing. I'm gonna reuse that because it makes sense. You know. Um, AI is right here. Like that's where we are. AI generation for 99% of the time is gonna sit right here. And so if you want to nail the UX through um like an AI tool, then it's going to give you a median of your capabilities. If your capabilities are good, then you're going to be in a good place. If your capabilities are not that good, which is what most people are when they are using AI tools to just create stuff, um, then you're going to be median in the not so good. Potentially, like you can steer it a bit on the side, but usually you're not going to end up here. And again, I'm not saying that you specifically will not have like a good output. I know that you will because you have the skills to use the tools and use the correct words and present the concept that you have in your head in a way that makes sense. Um, but you will end up here. And then your work as a designer is to take that bar and end up there. My So I have like my take with low fidelity. Also, Manbrave will come on in. My take with high and low fidelity is a lot more nuanced than what I just said. Basically, my point is that wireframes should not exist if your company has a design system. Like that has been my stance since the beginning. Like if we know what we're supposed to have, then use the design system to build the things, even if it's just like a prototype of some things. If I'm giving you a page that looks like, like I'm doing like a very classical system of um, I have a header here, and then I will have something like a car that will take that place, the second one around here, and then maybe there will be a bit of a subheader there and some text right there, and it's gonna go underneath. and that's my lo-fi, and I'm obviously going to polish that with like a grayscale and so on. This is useless if I already know that everything in there should look like this. So that is my point on lo-fi. Lo-fi is useless if you know what you're trying to achieve. Like if you already know that your import a file is going to look like this, why the fuck would you take some times to say, let me create like a currently importing thing that looks like this in a very disgusting way? And I've been saying this since 2013, roughly, since my agency wanted me to create some wireframes for the client. And I did. And the client said, I don't really, I can't see myself in like in this. Like I see that this prototype is working, but I can't project myself. I don't have your skills. And going back to the aphantasia talk that we have almost every 3 months now, a lot of clients hire designers because they don't have the ability to see in their heads, and I do. So when I see this, I basically see the final product with the correct design and so on. But for a client, this makes absolutely no sense. So since that happened to me in 2013, I've been pushing every time to design in high fidelity right away, because it makes no sense if you know how it's supposed to be like outputted and so on. That's the thing. But also what you just said is true as well. Let me go back. I feel like I missed some messages. So, actually helps you generate IDs and lovely prototype faster, and therefore lend specific direction faster, at least to greater satisfaction. Yeah, I see that. And then
Jan Lunge just resubscribed for 26 months. Good F asterisk 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 good day.
yeah, more calling. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I hope you're good. 26 months. God dang. God dang. So, yeah, I think we are in a bit of an agreement. Lo-fi for thinking about the tool, hi-fi for selling it to others. Jumping straight into hi-fi, you miss all the nuance of critically thinking through things before you make premature decisions. That is not true. With what I just said, that is not true. And I understand that a lot of people, when I'm saying that, have a very hard time because they have like things that is in your head that is like just hard coded, and again, I get it. Don't worry about it. But again, my take is only if you have this. If you have a design system, if you have a thing that is defined, there is no way that going through the low fidelity first to figure out what to do is better than just using what you have. It's basically saying, oh, I have made this thing that is an input field, but because right now we are in a thinking phase, I'm just going to use a rectangle to present an input field. No, I'm going to use the input field that I have because I know that this is how it's going to look at the end of the day. And the lo-fi, how it's supposed to be used, is, as you said, the thinking and figuring out exactly where things are, what will work, and so on. That is, to me, going to happen regardless. If it's like high fidelity or low fidelity, it doesn't change anything. If your brain is good enough to figure out like the layout of the page, the flow of the screens in low fidelity, you shouldn't have any problems in creating that in high fidelity. Again, the base example that I give every time, and I'm gonna go into the landing page because it makes absolutely no difference. If I'm here and I need like a navigation, I don't even know if I have like one of my navigations. Um, but let's say I do. I know that my page is gonna have like that type of navigation. That makes sense. And then underneath that, I know that I will probably have a card with something. Let's see if we have like a payment card, whatever. That's gonna be fine enough. And we're gonna have this. And from here, what your brain is probably gonna say is, what if the goal is to iterate on that specific component to figure out exactly how we can make this more appealing to the users or converting better and so on. This is not the time. Like right now, we're just defining that, okay, we will have probably 3 pricing models in there and we have everything. And that was auto-modded. That's crazy. And we have everything, and then you have your sections underneath, and you are going to be much faster by doing this like this. And then when you know that your layout is good, that your flow is good, and so on, you can go in and say, okay, so this thing specifically, because we know that, we don't have the needs for the contact information at the bottom. We don't have the bottom CTAs because it's not necessarily the thing that we want to emphasize on. And then on this one, we want to avoid the fact that it's a subscription system and so on, whatever, if it's from the component. But if it's not, then you can detach the thing, figure out the layout and the UI a bit better, and then you're good. And then you're saying just having a design system doesn't mean the design system is optimal for a given software experience or use case. Assume that people have gone through all the critical thinking to make the design system in the first place, which isn't always true. Additionally, design systems use familiar similar patterns, but very rarely do they pattern design system have significant amount of research backing why they are designed that way. Uh, that's a bit of a vague statement, but I get it. I don't think I agree. And again, the lo-fi shouldn't exist if you have a design system is uh, objectively true. Like this is just, I mean, that's the thing. If you tell me that the buttons in our app looks like this, and will always look like this, and because right now we are in lo-fi, you decide to make this thing look much different, it it's a waste of time. Going back to the efficiency that Denny was talking about, it is less efficient from my point of view as an internal designer that is working with a design system for a company that has a design system. Again, I really want to reframe the fact that I'm talking about companies that have a design system, a UI kit, something that is set up in a way that makes sense. it's going to be way faster for them, for the designer, to get in, use the components that they have, and then polish the thing that they need to polish for that specific use case, rather than uh, not, rather than going from scratch from the start. Um, we don't care about that. It's, I think, again, based on what Denny has said earlier, but also the fact that you arrived a bit later on the conversation, you don't have this the same understanding from what we are talking about. We don't care about why they are like this. It's just lo-fi. If you have a design system, it means that there is a reason. Use the components. That's all I'm saying, and therefore, um, it's just if you are working in a company that has a design system, you use the design system. That's it. You don't have really a voice in there. And if you do, that means that you are high enough in the company in the design department to be able to say, let me just redesign this thing because it would make more sense right there. But most of the things are not going to change. So reusing a lo-fi things makes no sense. No, Kathy, you're making me say things that I'm not saying. I made the design system, so I know why the design system is in a certain way. I've been part of the building of the design system, and if I joined a company that already had one, I figured it out on my first 3 weeks of integration, basically. I looked into the things, I analyzed the design system, I figured out what was good, not good, changeable, not changeable, usable, not usable, and that's it. And then when I'm designing, I'm using what I have at my disposal in order to build the thing that I need to build, not build from nothing and then figure out down the line that, oh, I could have reused that specific cards that we already had that has been tested, reused, defined, documented, and so on. So that's the difference. Like right now, you're trying to make me say as if I'm like I don't care about the design system. That's not the case. The main point was lo-fi doesn't need to exist if you have a design system that is integrated in your company. So if you have something like um, designSystem.com, or I think it's systems that has like a list of design systems that exist that are available, and you have like this one, for example, and that's not the one. uh, and you have this one, and it's in place. If you don't use it for the thing that you're trying to build within your company, then you are wasting time. And going back to what Denny was saying with the less efficient, it is less efficient to use low fidelity thing. Like, let's say you needed to have a drop down menu, you have a drop down menu. It's part of the design system. If you go through the lo-fi in the thinking phase and you don't use the drop down that already exists, that will be the endpoint of the product that you are building, then you are wasting time and you are not really as efficient as you could be in your company. That's the discussion that we have, not the fact that iterating Dapshi wobbling or searching for things when you don't have anything set in stone yet. Yes, lo-fi may have a place, and we agree with that. I think you are coming from the point of the company doesn't have a design system yet, and I come from a place where we do. We have the entire thing that is defined, that is presentable, that is usable, and as I'm on Pig TV, god dang, and and is like the composition of everything that the designer needs to have, aka the definition of the fonts. Like this has been defined and documented and in place, and therefore, if at any points in my low fidelity designing exploration thing, I'm using a 46 font. I'm not using the right font. Like it's based on the company design system and the company definition. If I'm not using the thing that we are supposed to be using at the end of the day, I'm wasting time. Because when that whole process of figuring out like the flows and so on is done, I'm going to do the exact same work a second time in basically implementing the design system within the thing. But if I'm a brand new company and I don't have any of this, then yeah, 100%. Go into lo-fi, figure out exactly how things are supposed to be, do the most basics of wireframes to figure out exactly what are the content of the screens and so on. And then once you have everything in place and you have your proof of concept and your IDs in your screen and so on, then you will create your design system that will basically set in stone the fact that, okay, my buttons for main actions are going to be fully rounded in blue. My buttons for secondary actions are going to be not fully rounded in kind of light colors or something. But all of that is going to happen after the fact. Right now, the thing that I was saying was just if you have one of these, then going in low fidelity makes no sense and it's a waste of time. That's all I'm saying. And it's just that is just common sense stuff. If like if at some point in the feature that I have to create, we are talking about like I don't know a notification. There is a new feature in the app, and there is the notification that needs to pop in on the top left corner. If I go out of my way to recreate the notification banner from scratch, when we have one that is coded, implemented, and designed in the design system, then I'm wasting time because I could just use the thing, change the content, be done. It would have taken me 5 minutes, whereas doing it by hand probably will take me somewhere along the line of maybe an hour if I want to be polished on everything and so on to have like the animations and such. But if it is already in place, then there is no like use and no way that I'm not gonna use what is available. That is all I'm saying. That is all we're saying. Nonetheless, Denny, going back to where we were because we kind of stopped on this thing. You mentioned this one, and the Apple TV thing as well. I think this is potentially an interesting like direction for your portfolio. It will, however, requires so much visual thing that you can have and display and showcase that I don't know if you have right now. Um, you may have. If that's the case, then that's good. But these, again, these things only look good um, because the media look good. Like the only thing that is good, well, come on in. Um, these only look good because the video themselves are looking good, and it's the same thing for the three that we have just looked at right here. Like this one, same thing. The fact that the video is interesting, not really because it's the AI generated stuff, but whatever. Like all of that, you know, is an interesting concept, but it only works if you have the visuals to showcase. I do think, again, and I'm gonna repeat myself on this one, I do think that going for a Netflix like Apple TV like streaming platform like interface for portfolio is a pretty new and uncommon thing that could make you stand out. But in order to achieve this, I don't really know what you have in your portfolio right now that could fill this amount of slots to make it look interesting and interactive and like enticing for the person that is looking at your portfolio. So that's the thing. But if you just want to go through the movie details, the TV show details, and the content that is in there, um, to present it as your portfolio, then yeah, that's a good thing. Um, but again, going back to the initial three that I closed now, um, if if your goal is to get like the top level thing, some of these very minimalistic portfolios that we shared earlier, um, then yeah, it could work, but it is like kind of more complex, but it's feasible. It's feasible. I would say right now the things that stand out from what I'm seeing from the top level designers is the creativity and the not the skill, but like the applied creativity. So even though this is not that person's work, this alone is enough to like potentially get hired as a tweet. If we go back to I think Brono is the first one that you shared, which contains what I'm talking about. If your portfolio becomes this, which is a collection of micro interactions for things, and you're like, cool, I see what you've done here. I see like the research that has happened, where there are links, where there are not links, and so on. But simply by looking at this, which is kind of Pinterest-like, which I do like a lot, uh, I'm more inclined to say this is someone that I could hire just because I know exactly what they do compared to the previous version of their website, which is just this. So, um, anyways, I I do think that you can go there. Um, I again, I don't know if you have enough experience to be in these positions, or at least to have enough experience so that the people that you are trying to be hired by see you as some sort of a reference and a foundational person that would be like a good hire for them. And what I mean by that is when you go in the top level company and so on, the positioning is not like, can you design? That's not the case anymore. Specifically based on what you said as, uh, let me see your words again. Yeah, lead. Basically, lead positions. A lead position doesn't design anymore. Um, so a lead position is going to have more of a strategic impact, more of a research impact on the company and the product, more of a team manager impact, not necessarily the design. So the fact that you have the design skill is basically something that is necessary, like you need to have that, but uh, it it's usually something that happened before. And going back to the same analogy that we use most of the times with the devs, with the designers, the same thing. You start because you love designing, you go up in the career and the echelon in the companies and so on, and the higher you go, the less design you do. And the more meeting you go in, and the more strategic impact you have, the more research on the user, the more research you have on what is supposed to happen if this happens, like within the product. What will be the outcomes? What would be the return? What would be the income prediction? All of that is what will separate you from a designer and a lead designer in these big companies. And the fact that like that last message is I'm kind of against it. This is not why you need AI in these positions. The fact that you need AI to potentially reach these positions tell me that you don't have the skills that I'm looking for, because the day that the company doesn't have enough money for paying the AI tokens that you're using or something, then you don't have the skills anymore. You just back to being a designer within a Figma file and doing the visuals. And if you just want the AI because you want to build out the content, which again, it sounds harsh when I'm saying it like this, it makes sense. Um, but if you want to achieve these kind of lead position, you might need to have some concrete um, um, skills, kind of. Um, I know, but I'm not saying. I mean, I used uh, can't pay, but that's not the case. The day that you have like a Cloudflare outage, which is outside of your company's uh, realm of like they can controls, you are in the dark and you can't do shit. That's the thing. And yes, I know that there is like the AI designer position, which is basically the vibe coder position. There is a ton of people, by the way. Um, if you want to believe it, that is or are um, like vibe coder as a term uh, is something that is looked for. Obviously, I'm on the Japan side of things, but there are and there have been a lot of AI powered front end engineer, which basically implies that you are going to use AI to build the things. And yeah, and that makes sense. But then again, the instant that you have a Cloudflare outage, the instant that you have like a Claude being down for like 30 minutes, 3 hours, you are in the dark. You can't do shit anymore. And that's the thing that I'm saying. It's if my computer explodes today, I can still do some work on paper. I can still do some work in positioning, in helping the company grow, helping the market research. I can still do things if there is no electricity anymore, which, yeah, these are weird things. But yeah, nonetheless, you are right in the sentence that the AI designer is going to be something as a potential, but I do think, going back to what we said earlier, I do think that you shouldn't um, position yourself as such I think you should probably position yourself as a senior designer that has the AI building capabilities instead of I'm an AI designer, because that basically just push you in a very, very small box that is not necessarily the most appealing for most companies. So if you say that you are a senior designer, which you are, by now you have the skills for the seniority as a designer. And then on top of that, on top of the skills that you're stacking on your profile, you can have AI assisted development. You can have other things that are just like enabled to you through AI. But I wouldn't look for like a vibe coder position or an AI designer position and so on. Also, Dapshi, let me read this. How should I get design of Instagram post to market my Botox filler work? Where should I search for template? Right now, image 2 on GPT is pretty good, and that could be a good start for the templates if you want to do carousels. Um, Other than that, the Figma community tab is pretty good. And the best thing is going to look at the competitors' content. So if you have like other competitors that are doing the same work and they are thriving, then going there and looking for their content and saying, well, I'm gonna take that as an inspiration, it's gonna be the easiest thing. So maybe do that. Um, Denny, I feel like you are in a very, very, very specific cast of people again, and what you just said is false. um, the handoff and engineers like process is not solved at all. It's still like a mess, and even though you are providing as a again, I'm still using the fact that you are a designer and you are AI building something, and then you're providing that to the devs. You are providing something that is easier to understand for them and that is also more interactive. You can click on it, you can see that the addition of a project is working, there is a database behind it, and so on. But the probability again that the dev integrate this thing one to one, like just say, oh yeah, that brick that you just created can fit exactly here, is probably really low. The thing that I've done with fills, for example, um with Yolka, is proof of that. I I did the design part. It looked good. It was working and so on. And then I sent it to him, and most of it was shit because my viable names that I had decided were not the one that he was using in the backend. The presentation or the color situation, I was using OKLCH, he was using hexadecimal codes for all of the colors. So we had some disparities here and there that we had to fix and go through and figure out what was missing, what was not missing, and so on. So the handoff is, yes, easier, but not solved for. Like there is still a lot of things that we need to solve for first before we can say that it's working. And then the other thing is, even if I myself has built things uh, that are working, that have users, that are on the stores and making me money and so on, I still don't have the capabilities that I need to have to maintain that app in the long run. Like the only thing that I can hope for, which is not necessarily happening as fast as I want it to be, is hoping that the models are going to get better so that when I need to do a massive update, the model is so good that I can just ask it to do the update, and it will do the update properly, and it will not break the code base, and it will have like the context window that it needs to have, and so on. But right now, I can't. Like, I know that I need to redesign my um storefront page. Like, it's shit right now. And going in there and just changing the design is fine. It's something that I can do by hand, even, again, going back to what I said earlier, even if I don't have any electricity or I don't have any internet, I can still go in the code and edit the stuff and have a change in the design that will make it better. If I wanted to add like a new plan, for example, I cannot. Like, I don't have the skills. And I would need either an AI assistant to do that for me, or I would need a dev to do that for me. So that's the that's the small part that I want to just mention, in the fact that um, the handoff is not like so full entirely, and it's easier than it used to be, but you can't, as a designer or someone that is not technical, you can't really build the entire stack on your own. And I am proof of that. Even though I have like 3 products that are on the stores and working and making money on a monthly basis, the code in there is not as good as it could be, and the optimization that needs to happen and so on is going to take time, and it's probably going to, it would be even easier if I just hire a dev that is part of the company, and then just that dev work with AI potentially, but at least uh, hire someone that knows what they're doing. So that's the thing. Going back to what I said, in order to get the AI designers and lead position and things that you have in mind, or that at least we have been talking about for the past few days and few weeks now, um, you need a certain amount of knowledge on your end to be able to say, I understand the thing well enough, and therefore I can like help in any conversation because my understanding is good enough and I can do the work if need be. But I would rather not, and rather just do my work, aka using AI to build like a design or full design system if that's something that you want to have. Um, then that's fine. But at least you would have like the seat at the table, which I hate this sentence, but it makes sense because you have the ability to communicate with the rest of the teams, explain your point of view, explain why this is better than this, and so on. That's a thing. Um, and yes, what Lone Traveler said, the AI capable is a bit of a better thing. Like, I would highly recommend you basically just say you have the senior designer skills or mid senior designer skills, which is fine. I think this is the we talked about this with Khalil a while ago now, but we talked about it. So if I let's say you have uh color theory, and I'm just gonna use these bricks as a very simple system right now. That's gonna be just this. It's gonna be fine. Um, so let's say you are a designer, you have some of the skills, so you understand colors. On top of that, you also understand uh, layout. You have some understanding of typography, and that's too big. And with all of that, that basically enclose in the fact that you have some UI bricks as well, and you probably also have some UX bricks as well in your skill sets, and You will have some writing and documentation um, with two T's. No, no. Docs capabilities and so on in your skills. And then if you are like a senior level, you will have the the stakeholder brick, basically. So you have the stakeholder bricks, which means that you can influence the stakeholder, potentially explain some concept to them, and so on. And I think you do. And this is the stack for a senior designer, basically. Phils, well, come on in. How are you? And maybe you are just, I have all of that, but here I have um, the AI assisted, goddamn, um, dev as a skill on top of that. I have the AI assisted design, or let's just call it AI designer here. I have some other things on top of, you know, whatever. There's two fucking L's on this. And so that is the stack that you need to have and you need to sell in order to stand out compared to the competition that is not like AI first, whatever. And if you market it as AI first, then it will work with the rest of the teams and the companies that you are trying to aim for, because they are the one that are like full on AI first and so on. But that's basically what it is. Like, senior designers are going to be somewhere around here, and you have more skills than a senior designer, but you are still like a senior stuff. So that's the thing. Really hard to influence the stakeholder when pushing back isn't appreciated. It depends on how you do it. And give me anything, I will figure it out. This is a freelancer job. This is not an in-company job, which is fine, and it's great. I'm sure you can thrive in that model, but it is a freelancer job. You just want to behave like a freelancer, which is my case right now. If you have something for me to do, I will figure it out. There is no doubt about it, and I will influence you in the right direction or the wrong direction or the direction that makes me the most money. It depends, but I'm gonna be a freelancer. I'm not gonna be an in-house designer, an in-house AI designers or whatever. So that's the thing. I feel like, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like your current experience at your current company is negatively impacting your views of the work that you've done. And by the simple fact that you haven't been listened for in the past few meetings that you have been on, pushback that you have been on, um, probable like ideas that needed to be explored, that you wanted to explore, and then you've been like shut down because it's not part of the scope or so on, have made you resentful of the work in a way. And right now you are potentially trying to find another um another direction in which all of these things that you have been shut down for are now enabling you to do everything, which is, I don't think it's the villain. It's just like you have been in a team that hasn't been receptive to your pushbacks and potentially the way that you have been doing the pushbacks. And when you have been bringing up some issues and or some solutions to the team, they haven't really listened to what you had to say, because they don't really respect the the designer point of view, which is sad but not impossible. And for this, you have two options. You can either go to find the exact same job in a different team, and maybe you will figure out that technically you don't want to do any of this. All you want to do is make sure that you have like a good UX, a good layout, a good typography and color theory understanding, and the team that is around you is just like so good and so grateful for your work and your addition to the product, that is just so fulfilling, that you don't need like more. You don't need anything else. Like that might be the case. Maybe you do want to go somewhere else, where you do the stakeholder things, you do the writing of the docs, you do the client facing meetings and so on, and it's good enough for you to just stand out and be like part of the team, or part of the team that is united, and that's good. And then maybe you just don't like this section. You do have the skills, so maybe you have like a bit of an advantage here, but these ones are not necessarily something that you are like the most interested by. And right this instant, these things seems like more appealing to you, and therefore you are trying to figure out if you can just use your UX and UI knowledge plus your layout knowledge, enabled by AI tools and AIDs and others, to just stand out and be good. And that might be the case. Again, I really want to emphasize on the fact that I'm not telling you that what you have in your head is wrong. I I just want to realize on my end, and making sure that the will for change is coming from a coworker issue and not necessarily a work issue, which I think is the case. Like the environment in which you are is not making you thrive in the way that you should have been, and therefore you want to just move out, and it makes sense. Yeah, like the work that you've done for Corbin, the work that you've done for Phil's, um, have been appreciated. There has been like a lot of appreciation in the chats that you had with them. There has been a lot of things that made you or enabled you to be better. Like you, by that simple fact that they were respecting your work, having you as the expert, and not like you as nothing and you're there to push pixels, made you feel better than what is currently happening to you, which is, yeah, in my head right now, and I think I have a good picture of everything that happened. You got the opportunity to work at that company as a freelancer from far away, and it was okay, and it was even good, and it was even so good that you moved there, and then when you moved there, everything fell apart. Like the team was kind of shit, the vibe were off, the things didn't work, your health was degrading, you came back to Italy because you didn't really have a choice, and all of that is like something that pushed you in a direction that now you are resenting the work, when in reality you should resent the workplace, the environment in which you are. And I I think, again, That's just me. I think what you need to do is just bounce. Just do the same thing that PG is doing. Also, PG is not in the company anymore, so that's also something that is really bad because, he was the enabler that made you come in. And if you didn't have like that person in the team that was really advocating for you, Chris, welcome on in. Thank you for that. Then it's not as good as it used to be, and I get that. Um, have a good shower. So if you look at, I'm gonna, I'm gonna put that bitch right there. Um, this is gonna be in the job. I just want to look for PG. If we look at his work, right? He started a while ago. Kind of like me. Like it's been a while. He stayed for 3 years on this thing, and then 3 years there, and then 5 months, and then 5 months, and then 5 months, and then 1 year, and then 3 years, and then 9 months, and then 1.5 years, 2 years, 1 year, 1 year, 8 months. And there is it depends on the person that is hiring. That might be seen as a liability in some companies. It might be seen as an empowering of the person. Nonetheless, he kept things interesting every, I will say, 2 years as a median. Like 1.5 years is the median, with one of them being 3 years here and nothing else passing like the 1 year. So 1.5 years like his median. He stays 1.5 years, and then he bounce. He goes somewhere else, and he finds something that is more exciting, more interesting, more fun to do for him, because that's the that's the thing. And from my point of view, he he tried to recruit me at MidLab when he kind of knew that he was about to bounce. So basically, when he was really active on Twitch and we had chats and so on, he kind of finessed me into having an interview with them, when I think in his head he already knew that in like 5 months he was about to bounce from this company, and he wanted someone to take his place that has like good skills, which is my case. I think, I don't know, that's his point of view, to replace him when he was about to bounce. And here, it kind of happens to you. As in, he kind of knew that he was about to bounce, and he moved in. Like he said, you know what? Maybe you could be the replacement. And then you were, and then he bounced 8 months ago, and now you are there, and you're like, well, that's that. I don't like it. So what I would say is, from that experience that you have right here, which is, I mean, it's been a while. I'm not I'm not gonna lie. You've been here like 5 months, 1 year, and 8 months. So in total, it's been like 2 years in that company. And I guess it's time to just bounce. And that's it. And it, again, as Lone Traveler said, not ashamed of the 5 months. Um, it's just like, well, that happened, and it was a nice experience. And there is probably like a way that he's speaking about it a way that is presenting projects that makes it more interesting for some people when he's trying to, bounce from company to company. And what if you don't? You are going in the wrong direction. What if it works? What if you succeed? What if it's great? What if it unlocks everything you ever wanted? You you you, you know, you don't know. You don't know. So right now, what I would say is just just look for things. Just get into the job section and say, like, the jobs that I picked for me right now are the jobs at Apple, the jobs at built, some jobs that are like at Deloitte, which is like not really good, but like all of that is the thing that is picked for me by LinkedIn based on my experience. And when you look at, obviously, when you look at my own profile and my experience in here, it's not like it's not the same. I'm not someone that bounce around most of the times. Um, like, but it's been a long time. Like I stayed 6 years on this one because it was for my dad. 5 years on this one, and then these were the mechanic things. So these were like internships. They don't really count, but 4 months, 1 month, 10 months. Um, and then roughly 2 years on this one, 2 months on this, and it didn't work. 6 years on this one, a total combine of 10 years at my own company, but that doesn't count. 5 years at Twitch, and then 3 years as my studio, where we have like freelance project here and there, but not like it hasn't been like three years of work. It mostly have been basically two clients per year for 3 years. And it's enough for me to just sustain myself and be okay with it. So I'm not someone that is bouncing around that much, and I'm also not looking to find a fixed position other than finding a fixed position in Japan. That's the only thing that I'm caring about, just to get the fucking visa. But maybe for you, it's just time to get there. And right now, for example, I have a job at Third Intelligence, which is an AI platform, or AI first platform in big tech and so on. And based on what we have here, they don't really require English for the main communication, which is kind of sad. Because if that was the case, I could apply there, but most of it is in Japanese, as you can probably tell from the fact that this is in Japanese. And me applying there is not going to be a great fit because I'm not going to be able to communicate with them. But going here is probably a better option. Applying for the Apple job in creation, like creative director in the communication department of Japan, is pretty interesting. They would probably require me to have some like very specific Japanese level because it's communication for the Japanese in the Japanese language, probably. So that's, not necessarily going to be a good fit, but they only require English. They don't ask for anything that is Japanese related, but it's kind of implied. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter what I'm talking about here. Is different, but maybe right now what you need to do is go into your search on LinkedIn, on Indeed, on whatever the other one that I forget about every time. Um, I mean, Japan Dev is fine, but the other one, it's the job scan. This one, they have like other things, other places that they are scanning and using, and like that might be the case. That's crazy. They've opened it up. Sorry. It used to be like kind of limited. But yeah, like that's the I think again, I think right now what you need to do is this. You need to go on LinkedIn and just look for your current position. Um, yeah, I think you should just figure it out. I would love Grizz to be here so that I can just put him down. But Grizz is getting a lot of work. And Grizz has been working on his portfolio since we've met him in chat. Take a walk on it. um, and he's getting a ton of work. He's getting a ton of freelance work. Uh, and portfolio doesn't really exist. The only thing that exists right now, as far as I'm aware, is Twitter. So Grizz is just like right there posting things that he's been working on and showcasing the work and so on. But that's about it. And the portfolio, not even, not even building an audience. Um, like I've been there for longer, but it's like I just have 3,000 more, and I don't get as much work as he gets from Twitter. That's, that's the thing. So that's really true, and I appreciate you for saying this. Yes. So going back full circle on what you said at the beginning of this chat, which is good. We're making a full circle. Um, right now, moving to a company that is AI first in a in a department or a thing that makes sense to you, that will pay you double what you are currently making for the next 6 months, for the next year, even if the work is shit, is an option for you to be able to then say, fuck this shit, I'm freelancer now. And I can do it because I have enough money on the side to sustain myself for like a year, 2 years, me right now, 3 years, and I'm still fine. But it's an option. I don't think it's the easiest thing to do because you always end up with like uh, emotional attachment with the team that you are entering, leaving, staying in, and so on. So it's a bit of a different thing, but it's not impossible, and you can probably do it. I mean, right now, the one that you are in, you don't, but the next one, maybe you will. Again, I think I mentioned that before, but um, in one of the startup that I was in, I joined in, and then it was this employee that was really cool, and he was there as a like the Android person on the team, like the person that takes care of the Android code and so on. And he was great. He was not French, which obviously tells you that he was great. So we had like conversations in English most of the time at the company, and doing his best to, like integrate. But because French people are shits, they didn't integrate with him as I did. Like I was basically the only one or the only two. Like we had like three people that was speaking with him to integrate him with the team because that it makes sense. It's a team member. But because no one else, not the CEO, not the CTO, that was like his direct N plus one and so on, was integrating him in the team, he decided to leave, which makes a lot of sense. And so when he left, it was kind of sad. The Android app kind of died, and there was no work doing or done in that department. And then no one else was there to replace. And then someone came in to replace him, but didn't stay that long. And then he just came in as a freelancer. Like it happens. And then someone else in the team that was there since the beginning, since I joined, got fired, kinda, not really. And that person was the life of the company, as in everything fun, every laughs, every thing in that company kind of died with them leaving. And it was like we had a feeling, all of us, that was like shit. That person should have stayed. And and then COVID happened, and everything kind of turned into like a remote job thing, and so the laughs in the office and so on didn't really exist anymore, and it wasn't really necessary, so we kind of forgot about them. But basically, at that time when they left that company, I was almost certain that I would be leaving in the next 3 months, 5 months after they left. And because COVID happened uh, basically in that period, I remained in that company for 3 more years, basically. So, like sometimes it's just like one person that does everything in that team that makes it work for you to feel at home and feel uh, engaged and integrated and so on. And yeah, so that's the thing. Right now, the team that you have is not great, and maybe you need a new team, which will make you feel the way that I felt about these two people that left the company. So, like that's a thing. Tickles, you said any thoughts on building network of freelancers that might be able to work together on projects? Yeah, that's this tickle. That's the premise of this, um, as it used to be. And then it didn't really work. But yeah, that was the idea. The idea was for me to create a studio of designers and devs and other people that are in the stream, in chats, that I can refer to if need be. Meaning that um like basically, if I have, and it's what happened for me linking Denny to one of my potential clients. um it basically happened, they contacted me, I said, that's my price, it's higher than what you have. I have this person that just started but is really good, let me link you with them. And then it worked, and then he had one of the first clients, and it was great work, and that started the entire thing. I had another person as well, like 4 years ago now. um Same thing. Like someone came to me, I couldn't at that time, and just like I handed it to someone else because it's just, if I can't take the work, but the work still needs to be done, I would rather you go with someone that I know that is good, rather than letting you finding someone else. So, like that's the thing. And the good thing with this is, for example, the client that I have right now is a client that is returning. There's a client that is coming back from I God damn it. It's the fucking W in it. It's not. No, I was right. I can't find her. I I doubt. But Salma, which is a streamer as well, basically needed, not really, but like wanted like a stream update. So I did the job for the stream update. And then from there, she needed to have her website redone. So we went together and we worked on the website. And then one time, a friend of hers sent her a message and said, "I'm looking for design work. Do you know someone that is good?" And she sent them to me. And now I worked with them once, and they came back. I'm working with them again. They put me in connection with someone else, which hasn't replied yet. But if that person were to reply and basically says, "I'm looking for this, this, and that," and I'm like, "This is not exactly what I'm good at. So let me just send you to, I don't know, Kane, Denny, someone else that I know is good at that specific work." Um, you know, it's just it makes sense. It makes sense to me. So yeah. And Chris, how do I know that Chris is getting a lot of leads? It is every time he comes back, he's talking about a new project for new clients that he has, and he shows me the details and the thing that is happening in that new client's project. So, yeah, um, it's that's how I know. But yeah, the studio was supposed to be this. It was supposed to be the conglomerate of all of the people that I have in chats, that I know are good, that I know the skills of, because I've seen your project. Like that was the main thing. I'm the one helping you getting better at design when you are beginning, or giving you some advice here and there. And then uh, I see your progress, and I'm like, "You're getting better. I have a client for you now." Like I have someone that you can work with. And the goal was to have something like just a very small amount, like a 10%, 5% cut as a referral fee, that you you pay me back. You get the 95% of the money, but like 5% goes for me or something like this as a referral fee. And basically, it's what happens with that current client. Salma got like a 15% discount on her next job. So if she contacts me again for a job, she has 15% off. And that new clients, or now not new clients that I have, if the person that she linked me with um, is not they link me with Salma is not the one that I'm talking about. They link me with is like basically converted into a client, then that client that I'm working with right now is going to get like a 15% discount as well on their next job. And because they've been here first time and then the second time, the probability for the third is probably higher. And the third with a 15% discount is higher. So, like that's the thing. It works. It just works. So again, I don't also, this is very important. I don't need the money. I don't need so much money. Um, so yeah. Eh. I'm just I'm just there. Yeah. 10% is a very standard practice. Um, and it makes sense. It's that easy. Specifically because most of my pricings at some point in the beginning of my career, I wanted to be like to the cent. So this thing is going to cost you 563 euros and 55 cents. And now I'm like, yeah, that's 1,000. That's it. I don't want to do math. So it's going to be 1,000 for this, 1,000 for this, 1,500 for this. And that's the total, 15% off. Cool. It works. It works. So yeah, also groovy, what about it? So I do think the the studio was a good idea, is still a good idea, could be popular and successful, but in a way, it needs to be reframed in that system. And it was that in the beginning, and then I changed it because we didn't have enough people. Um, and there was like a bit of an idea of making it like some sort of a subscription-ish thing for the clients. Basically, you can come in as a client and say you pay the $25 a month subscription thing as a yearly plan, which is like $250, which is like nothing, um, to get access to the list of freelancers that we have that can help you with specifics and basically becoming a design studio with uh, a distributed design studio. But yeah, um, it's right there. Also, we've been on this page for the past few minutes. I should have been here for the past few minutes instead, like that. That makes a lot more sense. Because we're talking about the studio. Um, but yeah, it's technically I should be here. Like that. That's what I want you to use because that's the one that is bringing me the most money. For something that is a one-time payment, it is converting pretty well, and I'm pretty impressed with that. Not gonna lie, this is pretty good. But it has a finite amount of money that it can make. So there's that. If I have so much doubts, but if um, the entirety of the Reddit community about perfumes were to download the app, which means that the entirety of them uh, are like on iOS, which is not the case, but even if that was the case, and they signed up and they bought the app, there is like 2 million active users on Reddit, I think 2 million something. If they all bought the $24 app, it would make a lot of money, but the amount of money that I would need to pay in inference and like infrastructure cost and so on would be roughly equal. So I would add, it's not a good math anyways. Like a one-time payment is not a good idea, or at least that low is not a good idea, but it converts. And I have my first copycat, which is not really a copycat, but it's interesting to see. I saw that like 2 days ago. The first person that is using basically the same wording system for perfume collection app thingy. So it's interesting. They have like an interesting design overall, and they are pushing their subscription all the time. And it doesn't make a lot of sense. The subscription doesn't make a lot of sense, but um, it's interesting nonetheless. They have this thing. It doesn't make any fucking sense when I'm looking at it. I don't understand. And I tried to figure out how it works, what can be in there. There is a ton of micro interaction that I like, and I will steal from them. But yeah, they have this thing, which is really cute, but it's just a button, and it doesn't do anything, and I don't know what it does. It doesn't have like a scroll or I don't it's weird. Yeah, obviously. I mean, if I find something that is good from another app, I'm probably going to implement it. Right now, there is like a thing that is happening on Parfumo, which is the biggest or one of the biggest database online, where in their app, they have a system that if you shake your phone, it's going to give you a random recommendation for the day based on your collection. And I'm basically giving you the same thing, but you don't have to shake. So I may add a shake option so that if the users just want to shake their phone once they have like their first recommendation, it removes the first three or the first five and it goes into the next five that are on options. I might steal it. I don't know. I don't know. And Groovy, to answer your question, you can. I think you can contact Phil's just above you in the chat, or for now, back from the shower. Phil's is the creator of this thing, and yeah, Groovy is asking because you're using Rust, how can he sign up to help? Um, so I don't know. I don't know if you need help. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. I've seen you haven't done shit on this. I opened a cursor earlier today and I did a git pull and nothing came in. No changes. Nothing. Nothing. You probably have other things to do, which I understand. But yeah. I'll probably need to do some work on this. But yeah, there is like things. Yeah, I get it. It's true, since that this is now in production, since VidMount is in production now, I get it. I get it. I'm gonna say that now because it's gonna make sense. I can't work on it. I need to focus my tokens on all the thing that I need to focus on. And so right now, the thing that I was mentioning or not mentioning here, but I talked about it before. Me getting access to these images, these perfume images that are right here, is coming from the simple fact that if you have a Parfumo something, like let's say I like this, you know, if I take this link as a link and I go into Discord and I'm gonna send that to Denny just for the sake of showcasing what's happening, and I just press enter, I'm getting this. I'm getting this teeny tiny image right here. And what's happening is that I'm getting my system to take that metadata OG like Open Graph image, extract it, and do some processing to just get the bottle out of it. And it's working, but right at this instant, because all of the requests are coming from my app, and there is the name of the app in the headers, I guess. Parfumo and the other brands and the other things that I'm using are slowly blocking fetch for the Open Graph content, which is kind of sad. So I kind of need to contact them to see if I can like find a workaround or work with them in a way that they can just whitelist the, the content and so on. But it's just like, it might happen at some point. Not necessarily in the beginning though, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, nonetheless, like that's the thing that I'm doing, and so right now I need to focus my efforts on that to make sure that I have everything that runs, and that potentially what Claude is giving me, which is kind of weird, but it's potential, is to go through Cloudflare Worker when there is a URL that is added. So basically going through the app is sending the URL through Cloudflare Worker that is returning the OG metadata entirely. And then that way that would basically offset the fetch from the app to Cloudflare, and because they are both running on Cloudflare, like this one and the other one are running on Cloudflare, it would then therefore be accepted and valuable and passing through. So I don't know. Um, but yeah. um, that I feel like you are going to be in contact soon. But yeah, so that's the right now, even though I'm looking at this and I'm like, I've made some changes to the server settings, and if you pay attention and you see what I'm talking about, this close button is right here. It's a bit of a different design. This layout is a bit different, and so on. And then if you go into the channel settings, that button is not the same, and that sidebar is not the same, and the layout that is here is not the same either. So I feel like I need to simplify if you are going to work on this in the weekend. So, or after this weekend, then maybe I can push something before that happens. Um, but also, yeah, these things, I don't understand how my toggles are just changed. Um, you haven't been on my server? I don't know. I think you have been, and you probably left at some point, and now you came back. I don't, it's fine. It's fine. But also, you're here. We have servers there. I should be in the VidMount server on Yolko. It's not the case. I should. That's not it. It's not how it is. Um, so things happen. Things happen. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. But yeah, back to the discussion though, Denny. Specifically, get a job that pay more. That's the target. If it's shit, but it pays a lot, do it for 3 months. Do it for 4 months. Do it for 6 months, if you can. And then just leave and do something else. And going back to what I mentioned, which I very, very quickly mentioned, and we kind of bounce around it. Currently, from my point of view, what is going to make you hireable and hired in some places is shit like this. It's the fact that either you have content or you're doing other things or whatever. Like the fact that I'm seeing this guy, which is building a ton of apps and a ton of video content as well, and that his girlfriend is now getting an app as well. I'm guessing he's building it. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter, but you have like something that is presented to people in a way that people can see, interact, and react. It doesn't mean that it needs to be like a full video of something. Like this one is very basic. Bruce, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? But it's working. I know for a long time you were very into kind of the layers.to things, and I don't really remember if you have posted in there. I think you have, but I also have a feeling that you may not have as much as I think you have. I don't know. And we don't have followers and so on. But if I remember correctly, uh, there was a way where you could present your work through their system, and it was simply just image with different backgrounds or one after the other, and that was it. And I don't know if this is like still working and potentially good. You know, I don't, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. But if it is, just you know, just go there. Just, just do that. Take a look at if they have their share profile, their share things as an option, and use all of these things. You've done, again, I've said that every time. I'm gonna say that every time. You've done an amazing job at VidMount. You've done an amazing job at Planned. You've done an amazing job in most of the design that you've done so far that I've seen. So I I don't see why someone wouldn't hire you. It's genuinely like I know that some of these things may feel like they are outdated or not. It depends on who you are. Like for me, they are kind of outdated because of the colors and the placements, but you know, whatever. Um, but if you had a way to just showcase that you have worked on something, and you do that a bit more aggressively than some people, then you know maybe that could convert into something else. Um, yeah, this is Denny's work right there. Um, and I again, uh, it to me it seems like again if you go onto my fucking profile, you don't fucking know what I'm doing. Like that guy is doing illustration. Like everything that you have here is just illustrative work, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like there is a bit of UI around here, but you don't know what I'm doing. You have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I'm just doing illustrations on most of the videos that I've posted and some tiny UI here and there. So it's you don't know. And I would understand. Whereas on your end, you know exactly, I know exactly what you do. You do some illustration, you do some badges, you do some UI most of the times, and it makes sense. What I want to bring in with all of that blabbling and rambling that I'm doing is that if I look at, I wish I had them when I'm looking for them. As always, it's always the same plan, the same uh, placement. I'm looking for a very specific Japanese person, and we talked about them before, and I have showcased some of their work in in many spots, but nonetheless, I'm gonna use Lucia because it makes sense and they are good. That is going to be their feed, where there is content about themselves, and then there is content about the work that they've done. And then there is a repost and some work that they've done and some weird things. And then if you scroll enough, you will find some work that they've done again at some point. And you know, like it doesn't mean that the entire thing of your profile needs to become like the work that you have done. It just means that you need to share the work in question. Like this one was really fun because it's something that is something's in my throat. Weird. It's something that is old from their point of view, but right now it could definitely work and stand out. So That's the that's the thing. It's pretty, I mean, it's pretty simple. It's easy to follow, and it's so sad. And it's something that you can just follow through. And I wish I had like a specific person. I think Kyle is a very good presentation for this. Um, lately, he has decided to change his styles and the way that he is presenting things. And most of the media that he has been posting have been aligned with that vibe. So everything is that orange, that kind of micrographics presentations, and all of that is the things that they are trying to create and trying to use as a base, but they are just um like presented um all the time, all day, every day, almost. I have things that I'm seeing, and this is shit motion graphics, but it got them 280,000 views, 3,000 likes, and probably 6 DMs, 3 DMs of people that are willing to pay them to just have some work. It's just like, it's that easy. My brain just said something for a split second, which I think is important. uh, Maybe even if the company is shit, find yourself a freelance job to do on the side, and be less involved in the company that you are at right now. Like, be capitalistic again. Like, you are there to be paid the most for the least amount of work. And you know, just be there to be there. Do the work that you are supposed to do. Do it a bit slower than usual, but on the side you have like your freelance stuff. Doesn't stops you to happen, and then that makes you have a bit of a cushion, a bit of a buffer of money before you quit that company. And if you can just get into the habit of posting, the habit of sharing your work as a daily activity, it's just you know, it's the thing. Um but yeah. Also, Chris, you said um I applied with my plugin in the playlist app, and AI built a job, and they invited me for an interview. Yeah, I mean that's the type of thing that could work. Kane, hi, welcome on in. Stony, hi, welcome on in. Yes, that's what's happening. Then he believes that he can't get a job. Think his work is shit, and he doesn't believe in himself. um, but nonetheless, like, that's basically my feed is the best representation of designers proving that you can get hired simply by sharing things. And you might think, I want to push back on what you said earlier, right? Of you need AI to do these things. The probability of this having been created through an AI agent is not like, it's not even 50%. It's just, it could have been something that is uh, like a template prototype that already exists in React Native, and they just added a bit of a thing on top because they know how to do the background effect. Maybe it's that's not the case, but like maybe this thing was a Figma prototype that they had done, and there is like one person which I wish I bookmarked their content. I usually don't, but we never know. Maybe one day I did, and I don't remember. There is one person that has created an app that is a concept of an app for um, Apple app icons through the years. You probably have seen it go through your feed at some point because it is one of these things that is very much like common and talked about and so on. But this is probably a Figma prototype. Like this is probably not a coded thing. Do they need AI to build this thing? Also, Stony, fuck you for that last message, but you deserve it. You deserve it. God dang. Not me? Ha, se. I'm gonna ban my mods. But like that thing is something that you can just share. And it might be shit from your point of view and your perception, but it might be enough to just have 40,000 views and 150 likes, and from these 150, someone just send you a DMs. Eh, eh, you know, it doesn't cost much. Um, Let me see if we have them though. I still want to find that person. Um, the main reason why I want to find that person specifically, which I'm probably not gonna find, is the quality of the thing that they are creating is so insane for Figma prototype that I'm impressed every time, and that's saying says a lot, um, I'm gonna use Init again because I'm showcasing Init every fucking time, but it should be somewhere along the line of here. Same thing. I'm gonna use Anton as well because it's a great reference for what I'm talking about. And then lastly, I'm not gonna find them. I'm not gonna find them, and then I'm gonna read the chat because I missed a lot of shit right here. Is that the person? That's not the person. Yeah, I don't have them. Anyways. Let me read that chat for a second. And also what Kane said is pretty true. Your shittiest work, if it's the one that you are the most capable in speaking about, it's probably gonna hire you for that shittiest work. I have showed you what I've worked in and what got me hired in the past, and it is crazy. But yeah. And Kane, I was saying hi. Yes. Well, no, I mean, I was saying that I could refer you as a designer to a job if I have someone that fits your skills and your kind of work. Um, that was from the studio things from earlier. I'm reading chat very slowly because the dyslexia is taking over. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And yeah, basically, yeah, that's what it means. You just need to post things that are like interesting enough. Like this one is one that I saved from a long time ago, which is a Japanese, obviously, Japanese learning sections, which came in my feed right after I built mine, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's a nice presentation. It has like a nice animation for some of the things. Let me see what else they have, and they have nothing else about this project specifically. And it's just like, you know, eh, it's fine. Again, and before I go back to these two, because I need to talk about these two, the reason why I'm doing this every day at least one video, at least one that is not necessarily like related to the work that I'm doing, but at least one fucking video about right now. The session is Japanese resources that are free, so that people that are looking for free Japanese resource tune in to the amount of thing that I'm saying, and then every 10 days I have one about cat. Every 10, like right now we are on day 84. When we reach day 90, it's going to be a can related video, because that's the thing that I'm trying to push. It's free. It has a ton of things that are free in there, but it's a paid app at the end of the day. But I still need more users. So I just want to push my own product as much as I can. And I'm trying to do that with one video a day, or at least one video a day, sometimes three, sometimes two, sometimes seven, to figure out like and get some awareness here and there. What happens is that most people are visiting my profile and they see these two things, which is Perfume and Perfume, full overall or overview of what the app is doing and just the App Store screenshots of what they are. And since then, it started at like 300 views, and we are now at 2,000 views and 3,000 views respectively, right? And it kind of worked. Anyways, this thing, Enid is someone that I mention every time. He has um, a learn Swift UI, learn iOS dev with me type of thing, with visuals, and basically showcasing the fact that you can restyle your content, for example, the maps, with the most simplest of things, and saying map style dot standards with the elevation that is realistic, and or is dot imagery, which is giving you the imagery thing with the elevation that is realistic as well. And that's just a small tweak that you can have to get your app to look better for the maps and so on. But if I scroll, and I talked about it before, you will notice at some point that you will see the exact same post 16 times. And what happens is every day there is a post about one of these. And when you go into his media section right there, you will see that that message app thingy is going to be reviewed somewhere else down the line and so on. Like it's going to be reposted, reshared, retalked about all the times, because it just makes sense, and it's the exact same thing. Nonetheless, for you, if you have your layers.to files and post that you already have cropped and set up and organized and so on, just post them, and don't do like I post 16 things and then I'm done. Post it once, and then the next day you post another one, and then the next day you post another one, and so on and so on and so on. And you asked if you can automate this. Yes, you can. You can get something like N8N to automate your workflows. Their free tier, I don't think it enabled Twitter because of Twitter pricings. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass. But it is kind of free and it's open source, so you can run that on your machine if you want to. But N8N is a very great thing for the automation systems that you might want to do. And it's also like a visual way of working, so that makes sense. If you don't want to go with the open source version, you can go with make.com, which is basically the same thing, but you know with a different color and a different name, but it's the same thing. Um, and yeah, Piccolo, welcome back. How have you been? It's been a while. It has been a while. So you can do that. You can try to see if the automations work and then simplify something. But I would highly recommend you do that by hand. Um, the the congrats on the new emotes. The reason why I'm saying post it by hand and not do that with an automation is when I'm posting on TikTok, for example, I am then usually on TikTok for a few minutes, few hours, few days uh, at a time on the platform. And so when someone is commenting, I'm right there and I'm replying. And potentially, specifically for TikTok, um, is like if someone is commenting and the comment in question can make me create a new video, like a video reply, I'm going to do that. So that's a new video in my feed that is about the subject, that is about the thing, and I'm explaining it. And so I'm trying to do that as much as I can. Most of the time, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's the thing. For Twitter, for example, I am trying to do the same thing when I'm posting about like a very specific design post and someone is asking a question in the replies. I'm going to be there and I'm going to be able to reply and do things and have some interactions with the people because it's not automated. That's the thing. And also it doesn't show up as an automated thing. Twitter has like a bit of a bot icon on the side, which shows that something has been automated and therefore you want to avoid that. So yeah. And the reason why I'm saying you should do that now and not like finding a new job is stay in that job that is currently not really good. I need to click on your link first before I can review it. Let me just do that now. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget. Uh, is you stay in that company that you currently don't like that much. You get the habit of posting because it doesn't take more than 15 to 30 seconds a day. Like what will take more time is replying to the comments and the replies and so on. Like that's it. So this is something that you should do on a daily basis right now as a force of habit so that you get into the rhythm of okay, I'm posting the image for the day. And then you go about your day and your work and your things. And from that, you might like get a DM in on Twitter directly that says, "Oh yeah, we have some interest for your skills. Are you available for work?" And then you say yes if the work in question is interesting to you. And I've had that before, and I've had some work right there. Like for example, the work that I've done with Figma is through my Twitter DMs. Just because the person that I connected with that is working at Figma is have a good work time. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Have a good weekend as well. Um, and like they they knew me because we had interacted on Twitter before on multiple posts. They knew I was the right target audience. They had seen my work in the past, and therefore they contacted me and said, "Oh, we need your job. Like the thing that you have made in Figma in the past is exactly the type of shit that we need. Do you have a file that we can work with, or would you be able to do something for us? However, we need this thing by Friday next week." And I was like, give me a contract and it's going to cost you like X amount of money and you're going to have the thing by tomorrow. And I did. And they were happy with it. But it was through my DMs. And mainly because, again, I posted some of my work in the past and they had interacted with some of it, mainly the thing that are related to the paper series and all of my illustrations. And they saw it and they thought it was a good fit for the job and the marketing and the thing that they wanted to achieve in that specific campaigns, and they just sent me a DMs. And then weirdly enough, I got a job. you know. And again, like I want to emphasize the fact that they had seen these things, these papers, and they were like, this is the type of shit that I want to see on that billboard for that ad. And that freelance work, which I don't want to disclose the amount because, personal stuff. But they paid me a certain amount for something that actually took me 20 minutes to record. Like that took me 20 minutes. And yeah, but you already have the skills. Like again, this was for an illustration recording, basically some of these. And so me having the skills to do that, even if it took me 3 hours, even if it took me a day, if I did that on a weekend and I still had like my day job, I did that on the weekend. So it's not like it doesn't take me off of my work and so on. And so right now, that's what I'm trying to push you to do. It's just maybe if you post your work shit like this, um, and you're like, this is what I do. This is what I love to do, and I really enjoy doing that thing specifically. Um, then maybe someone will send you a DM and say, well, we need something that looks exactly like this or very similar uh, in the next 2 weeks. Do you have the bandwidth to do that? Um, and and then I said yes, and you will say yes as well. And you are staying at that company that you currently don't like, but you're making a lot more money on the side, and therefore I think staying at a company that is paying you still, while you're doing some very interesting freelance work on the side that you're doing on the weekends. Like it's just it doesn't really cost you anything, again, to tell the freelance people that you are 100% working on a day job, and therefore it's gonna like the timeline for you to achieve the thing is gonna be bigger than if it was a full-time thing. And they could get you in full-time, but it's gonna cost a bit more. And that's basically you saying to the company that you're working with, oh, I need to take 2 days vacation. That's it. Like, okay, I'm taking the Friday and the Monday from next week, and I might have to take the Tuesday as a vacation day. And that's it. That's all you say. And then you have 5 days to work on the project from the freelance guy or girl or whoever. And you can just full focus on that, and then you're done. And then you get paid for the thing that you have done. You're happy with it, and it's fine. The reason why I wanted to showcase Anton specifically, going back to the previous thing of posting, is Anton is just posting the exact same videos and image over and over and over and over and there is not a slight difference. He probably has like 5 or 8, and he's just panning. It's just like this. We can see it 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the same scroll. It's crazy. So, it's really interesting, and the reason and what happens is this. In the beginning, no real revenue, And then he started posting, and everything kind of grew. You know, it's uh it's not much. It's $250 per month right now. Um, oh, sorry, $250 per day, but it's $250 per day, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Like I don't think you would say no to $250 per day right now. And the reason why this is working is because he's just spamming. And the most important thing that I remind everyone every time is that I see his post maybe twice a week, maybe once a week. Even though he's spamming on a weekly basis, I might see one of these videos once. And it's not necessarily something that is like spamming my feed. He is just spamming on his own. And therefore, the people that are seeing his content are different from day one. Like there is 2,000 people that have seen this. I didn't see this. I haven't seen that thing, and I do like it. But I've seen like one of these many times, and I've seen that video many times as well. It's very simple, very easy presentation. But yeah. But I haven't seen like all of his posts. I have just seen some posts sometimes. So that's the thing about posting and spamming. Like the goal for you right now is to stay at the company or to find something new, but whatever, whichever works for you. Um, and it is always about the money. Uh, and and then get something that is exciting on the side. So yeah, if you get freelance work on the side and you don't get rewarded at work, at the job, you know, you don't get rewarded at the job. That's it. What do you want to do though? You want to get rewarded somewhere else? Then find the somewhere else in question, and then it's gonna be fine. Like if you think about it in a in a me point of view, um, I was in a company that was not rewarding me either at some point near the end, and therefore I decided to leave. And I left to move to Japan because that was more rewarding for me. And then I stopped being an employee. I started building things for myself and trying to find some freelance work here and there just to, get the bank account happy here and there. Um, but that's about it. And now I'm good. And I don't need like all the money in the world, and I don't need all the work in the world. I would love to go back to like a longer project where I can focus on the UI, the direction, the small interactions, and so on. And right now, most of the clients that I have are going to be branding and small things like very, very small layout for a product. So it's not as fun, but it pays the bill. That's to me, that's the thing. I would highly recommend you do that. You post some things, you get some outputs, you get a contact on DMs that says, "Oh, I'm looking for a designer. Are you like available to work? If you look at again, going back to Grizz because it's gonna be useful, right here, the only thing that Grizz has in the description is the contact email and the cal.com 15 minutes book a call type of thing. And that's it. So that if someone is there and they're like, oh, let me just DM that person, they just go into their profile, they arrive here, and then instead of just DMing them, they're like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna book a call with them. It's gonna be fine. I had one. I had a person that contacted me that says we are currently working or looking for that type of designer, and it's um, it's that type of work. And I said, well, this is not exactly what I like to do. Um, like I can do it, but I would rather do more of the consulting, more of the reflection and the thinking. And they said, I get it. Um, and then I looked in my network and I said, well, let me see if I have someone that is fit for this type of work that could be available soon, so that you can have someone in your project. And at that time, no one was available, so you know it was fine, but I didn't work with them. But basically, what they did was just click on that link um, right here. They clicked on that, which was Bento at the time. They went into um, the the design section, like this one, the studio, and then they booked the chat. And it's yeah. Have a good rest of your day, Jan. Thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. I'm still sad that last time we didn't see the thing that you were working on, and this time neither. Sorry about that. I wanna see the updates. I wanna see the changes. The thing that you're struggling with Expo. Mm. But yeah, so all of that, Denny, is the thing that I'm talking about. Also, you send me a DM. You said blur the screen and open the DM on Discord, and now it's not there, Denny. Oh yeah, I mean yeah, that makes sense. Maybe do it. Maybe just do it. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Just follow. Just yeah. And then and then when there is a bounce again, because that will happen again, you bounce with it. Why wouldn't you? No, I'm not using that. What is that? What is that? Um, yeah. Mm. It feels similar to the one that I sent you last time. I don't think a video will change anything, to be honest. But I appreciate you telling me that because I'm a designer and I'm more of a visual person, so video will help. But uh, it seems similar to the thing that I sent you from that potential scamming platform thingy, Memplace or Mempalace, something. Um, but yeah, I don't know. That's a great question, Chris. Um, you don't. You don't. I got clients from, let me see if I can find them because it's kind of fun. Um, if I go back far enough, and Twitter has a bit of a hard time with figuring out the images and the loading and so on. It's a lot of requests and it has like a very, very hard time when it stops the loading. Like if this thing disappear right there, then I know I have more stuff, but it's not loading. I have had some clients coming from these 3D things. This was from the NFT era. And at that point, some people came in and said, I really like what you're doing with the materials and your experimentation with the materials. Would you be able to work on this thing for me in 3D? And I said, no, I don't have the skills. So, um, so I can't do that. And if you if you go a bit up on this, I will see if I can find some of that. You can see I was really deep in the NFTs sphere. Uh, I posted this. This is gonna break everything. I posted this probable direction in which I wanted to go, which is really interesting. If you look at all of the current apps, they are going in that direction. It's pretty fun. Um, and this was from 2023. So I posted that, and then someone contacted me about some design work, and at that point I was in a company, so I couldn't do anything. And then I posted about this thing, and I was kind of leaving the company at that point, and some people liked it, some people didn't really talk about it. I talked about the viable thing and how it works and how things are kind of not broken but so on. And like the things of Figma and my presentation of some viable naming conventions that we could have, and that basically gave me some jobs at some point. And I worked with that. Um, and then I created like some very, very small videos to showcase. I didn't remember that Figma was so green. That's crazy. Uh, some, yeah, some very tiny videos to showcase exactly how Figma was working. And, very, very, very simple, like educational content. And it got me some people in my DMs. And I wouldn't say that these things are good content or good thing to post. It's just I posted them. That's it. Um, but yeah, same thing when I had like when we did the icons every day and I posted new icons every day. Same thing. Some people came to me and said, "Well, we have like an icon set to do. Do you take on some work right now?" And I said, "No." But that's that's the type of thing that we have. Um, but that's a detail. Tickle. So my feeling on the NFT has never changed since the first day that I learned what it was to today. Like it's still the same thing. I still have the same feeling. I think the tech is great. I think no one understand what it is, and I think the NFT art is shit. the the main issue with the NFT and what it is and how it is presented is what people don't understand. An NFT is a receipt. So when you buy something to like whoever big brand is in your country, so maybe Fnac is something, maybe Dotty something, maybe um, Walmart is something for you, and you buy it online and you receive an email that is technically one sort of an NFT. It is a non-fungible or non-tangible token, uh, that basically attest that you have bought the thing. And the NFT craze, the thing that happened was just we ensure that you have that receipt on the blockchain, meaning that it cannot be tampered with in any way, shape, or form, because other people can go and check the proof of work that happened on that blockchain at that time. So the tech is great. It's an amazing thing. It should have been implemented for uh, like concert tickets, online purchases, movie tickets. Like if you bought the thing, it's yours, and therefore you have the receipt, and the receipt is the NFT. The entirety of the rest of people trying to put some images to it makes absolutely no sense. Like you don't own the pixels, you own the transaction, and so you own the receipts. So it's a way of showing that you had done the transaction to get the image, but at the end of the day, you don't really own anything, and you don't really have a lot of proof to be able to showcase that you own the thing. It's just like a receipt on the blockchain, and that's about it. So it hasn't, like, from my point of view, since day one, it hasn't changed one bit. It's just like people has have said NFT is just like images on the internet or PNGs on the internet, and that's all it is. But it's just, to me, it's an un or a misunderstood tech, and I'm really sad about it because it's a good tech. Like the blockchain is really great as a concept and as tech, but then when you see how it's used for, which is like cryptocurrencies, it's kind of shit. Like there is a lot of other options and other usage of blockchain and NFTs and so on that makes a lot of sense, that are really good. But because it's clouded by the PNGs, because it's clouded by the cryptos and so on, it, it um, yeah, basically, yeah. The fact that I have, um, like I own so many, like some of these are mine, um, and not as in I made the art that is coming with it, but like mostly I bought the piece, and they are officially mine. But because it's kind of like it's just a PNG, I just have the receipt, and then the platforms that I go to kind of see my own profile and as if I had the things, but that's like it's not much. The thing that is kind of sad is this. Um, at the time, which is 2021, if I haven't have been involved, I would be 13,000 bucks richer now. And that's just in transaction fees. So I spent 13K in transaction fees on the blockchain at that time. Um, and yeah, I would love to have like 13K right now. I'm not gonna lie. um, anyways, small details. So yeah. How do you do the carbon spend website, specifically the texture on the title? It's just lines. It's it's this. So in CSS, you have the ability to create a repeating background or a repeating effect, and what it is you go. It's crazy. I know. It's basically this. It's a pattern that is 2 pixel high, and that is exactly then. And it's just a gradient, and it's repeated. And one of the side is just transparent. So that's all it is. And you can see that this one, like this one where my cursor is right now, is one of the point where they are like meeting together. Because it's kind of a weird thing. But yeah, that's about it. That's just the thing. And it's not just on the title, it's on everything. It's just that you can't really see it on the background because it's black. But yeah. That's it. Very, very simple. Doesn't cost much. Doesn't take a lot of resources. It's one simple 2-pixel line. And it's just moved through some sort of a marquee thing. So yeah. I think I'm gonna use that because it's right there. Appreciate it. This is gonna sound potentially bad. I don't know. We'll see. Brace yourself, maybe. I don't know. Design is very easy as soon as you understand the physical space around you. So when you have spatial awareness, everything else becomes very much easier. Meaning that if you understand that this represents something, in your head right now, you probably know what I'm layouting right there. Like it's probably understandable. It's not a PP, no. But you probably have a title, a paragraph, and a credits or something, or a title, a picture, and a source link, something underneath. Or if it's even smaller, a title, a paragraph, and a divider element. But it's very simple. However, if I do this, it is less understandable. Better work on it. And just by having that change of space and spatial awareness again, it doesn't have the link that it used to have. So making sure that things are tied together and going back to our, that's the wrong thing again. Our trusted website for the laws of UX, which is the thing that we will, as always, spam to any chats, any times, any days, all day, every day. The law of proximity, which is somewhere around here, is what I'm using right now. Meaning that things that looks the same and are closer together. So, I mean, thing that looks the same is a secondary low, but like things that are closer together appears to be part of something. And so, God damn it. And so if I am presenting this like this, right there, we have the presentation of two different articles, I guess, with the title at the top and the paragraph underneath, and then the credits when necessary. and they are not really linked together because the space in between these two things are or is good enough or great enough, big enough to make your brain understand that they are not linked together. But if I do this, for example, you don't necessarily know if if I'm right there, you don't necessarily know if this thing is linked to this thing, which is linked to this thing. You have no clue because there is not enough space. So when there is enough space in between the two things, then it becomes a lot more interesting, you know, and so on. And that is basically like the spatial awareness that you need to have. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is if you have spatial awareness and you understand physics and physical things, your ability in the design tool to build whatever in a way that will look natural and look as if it is physical, which is what people are currently trying to achieve, is going to be very, very easy. So if I use my regular, much overused things and I do something like this, right? I have that shape. It's right here. It's in the floor. Um, it's flat, right? And you want to make it inside of the floor. As I always showcase, it's very simple. You add an inner shadow and it is inside. Like right now, based on the fact that it is like very much tiny, I'm gonna just double everything for the sake of being dramatic. But I'm doing this, and now that shape is inside of the floor. And if I want to make that be the opposite, I just need to make it a drop shadow, and now it is floating above the paper. And obviously it looks like shit, and it doesn't look natural, and it's not something that would happen when it comes to the real world. But as a base principle, that's what it is. And if you want to figure it out or basically put it in place in a way that is just like making sense, then all you need to do is follow the realism of the real world to figure out how to get this to look as if it was inside of the paper in a way that is just, making a lot more sense. So maybe you have something like this. Maybe you have some teeny tiny highlight in the inside, meaning that you have something that is at the bottom, pure white to just highlight the edge. And it's just going to be like right here, like these things are going to be highlighted. Maybe you also have, I mean, that top version probably needs to be like kind of lower in opacity. You would probably need some sort of an inner shadow number 2 to be very, very strong at the top, and a duplicate of that same thing but inverted at the bottom. So instead of 4, you get it at -4, and instead of being black, you make it white. Probably at 100% on this one, just for the sake of, presentation. That linear gradient right here is probably going to be small details right there. I'm going to just make it brighter here. And then that corner is kind of banned. And now you have something that looks like a bit more natural within the paper and so on. Obviously not as good as I could make it, but it is that easy and that simple. So yeah, shadow to imitate thickness. What do you mean? The thickness of something? Like how thick a button is, for example? Or do you mean something else? I have a thing in my nose, like a hair or something. Um, like if I do a button at 36, 120, it's gonna be fine. With a corner of 12, it's kind of 12 is kind of strong. Let's do 8. Let's do very strong. um, if it's high, having a line connecting to the base. Oh, um, you want this basically. I see. It's gonna be kind of bad, but yeah. So you want this thing to be like that. So it's you're looking from it from the top, and it has the depth. Technically, this is not dark enough for the difference. But yeah, I think that's the thing. Like you want that to be presented like this. It's working. And then if that is like a light source here, for example, like that's your sun, you know, and you want the light to be casted from the sun to the side, so you end up with something that is roughly like this. This is really bad, but um, you basically have that. This is your shadow positioning based on everything. It's kind of wrong when it's from what I've done, but it's fine. Uh, what it is going to be like more diffused around here and more like subtle, stronger around there. So that's the first thing. I usually go for a full 0% opacity at the edge just for the sake of, having something that is at the edge. um, and then from there, going back to what we've done on the sticker things from your side, just adding a layer blur that is like a progressive blur from here to here, and then making it like um, yeah, the progressive blur kind of works. However, right here you can probably tell that the overall feel of this thing is not as good because of the edge that we have. That just means that my linear gradients is not necessarily the greatest of IDs, and something like a conic um, might be good because you can place it like somewhere around here and have like one around there, and then going back to the other edge right here, but have like the proper transition, and then make it kind of right. So something like this, for example, um is a way for you to have like more definitions here and there. Obviously, I would need to switch a bit of the way that it is presented to make it make like more sense. But that's basically how you could have the perspective. But at this point, use a 3D rendering tool instead. you know, like it's not gonna cost you a lot of time to just do that instead. um, but yeah, if we really wanted to make it like um, a bit easier on yourself, I would do something like this. So I would take this at 0 so that it's the shadow itself. And then I know that I will have a secondary shadow on this edge as well. So right now, because I kind of know where it ends based on the sizes and whatever, details. I know that I will have like a secondary thing that will be somehow in that department. So what I want to do now is take both of these things, take these points and move them to the side so that I can have the positioning and the whatever. And now I know that this thing needs to have like a similar edge, and that point needs to go back somewhere around there. So I'm just gonna do that, and that has a very much not organized system, but that's roughly what it is. And then both of these are going to take the gradient that I showcased earlier. So it's simply going to be straight from here to there, and that's going to be transparent. And then I'm going to reuse that exact thing right there and make sure that instead of being from the corner to the corner, it's going to be from here to here with the correct edge right there. And then both of these are going to take an effect that is the layer blur with the progressive thing. And we're going to need to take like at least one of them to define the angle and the values, make it like a bit larger. God damn it, that's the wrong one. And we have a bit of an issue here because of the overlap itself, but you can fix that by making sure that you have more overlap, less overlap, and now you have an effect that makes more sense. But this is just to create the effect, and right now it would be better if it was like lighter. I feel like just a smidge. And to make it like more realistic, you would need like a secondary drop shadow somewhere around here. Maybe a lot more blur and so on. Small addition. Though there is this system of that you can put in place, which is extremely simple. Again, if you understand physics and like spatial awareness, this is simple. If you don't, then it's complicated, and I get it. But if you have a light source that is one point of view, it is your perspective point. It goes down, straight down to like to the floor, and then from the floor to the object, and then from the light source to the edges of the elements. And then you just link all of your lines and you end up with the exact correct shadow based on the time of day, based on whatever you want to do. So if you wanted to do that with what we have just done, it's basically the same thing. But yeah, it's an option. Would you recommend any particular software? I wanted to avoid Adobe right now. I'm thinking simply Unity, which is choice. Right now, Blender is pretty cool. But Cinema 4D is great. I'm not gonna lie. Cinema 4D is a very good software. It comes for free if you install After Effects, if I remember correctly. But again, uh, depending on what you have access to. Blender 5 just dropped last month, I think. Haven't had the time to test it out, but there is probably like a ton of shit in there that is really cool. Really cool. It is I mean the only thing that I say about Blender every time is that it's a great tool. It is daunting the first time that you open it. It's just like it's complicated. So yeah, but Blender is great. Spline is a great option. It will go very fast. Womp is another one. And it's apparently an AI stuff now. Interesting. Yeah, Womp is a 3D rendering in the browser, or at least it used to be. And it has like a bit of a meta ball system, so if you know what that is. But it is really good for what it is. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty simple, and then they now have the fucking AI stuff to, generate as much as you want, which yeah, eh, what do you mean I need to upgrade from this file from 2 years ago? That's crazy. Like this is something that I've done last time when we tried it, and it's a very like blobby thing. It doesn't really matter. It's not really good, but Womp is creating some things which are like, again, meta ball behavior. So if you know how these works, then it's interesting. If you don't, then it doesn't make any sense. But it's interesting. Spline is great. Um, if you want to make UI in a 3D environment, I wouldn't recommend it, but Unity, as you said, and Unreal Engine are going to be the standards. So yeah, it's I mean, for me, it's gonna be the best to just get. I mean, we were on that for Denny last time, but just simply getting the tool itself and figuring it out is pretty. I mean, nowadays it's pretty simple. You have like so much options. It is not meant for UI though. That's the thing. Unless you go with HUDs, uh, like that might be the things. I forgot where they are, but I think we have like some resources and other assets from the asset catalogs and so on, which we were on this one. But yeah. Figma is pretty good for UI. Um, I mean, I need more information. I need more information about what you need to do in order to give you the right direction and the right tools, because right now I'm kind of lost. And Stony, this is a paragraph. That double S's. Um, it's a well, yeah, paragraph for me, and apparently section sign um, for the rest of people. But yeah. Unity is great. Um, Unity is great. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to understand, but yeah. Are you trying to use that as your logo, Stony? Is that what you're doing? Hmm? I'm, I have a feeling that this might be a case. God dang. Um, yeah, I should have gone into the spaces right away. God damn, why it was open a second ago. Um, Unity is great. The huh, I think that's the yeah, for UI that's the best thing. I'm lying. The best thing I know for UI stuff in a 3D environment is any Vision Pro slash Oculus slash Rift slash VR and AR system that lets you paint in front of you. So like all of the uh, draws and other like platforms that are like this that let you have basically everything in front of you and map out what you need to have is the best option. I have done that multiple times in the first versions of the Google Glasses in cardboards, and they are really good. Um, like as I mentioned in that right there in that thing, we basically used that Oculus Rift at the time to map out what the UI is going to be and where it's going to be. So basically, I had the the headset on my head, and then with the Joy-Con thing that they have, I was basically placing the buttons where they needed to be in the 3D world that we had mapped out to make sure that it was like hand reachable, properly in the field of view, but not like too distracting and so on. And we ended up with the right UI for this thing because we were using the environment as the Canva, and using that was really cool. So yeah, that was fun. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, any HUDs like heads up display from a headset or something is going to be like the type of thing that you want to have. And Unity is really good. There is a ton of free tutorials that I highly recommend. Um, like if you just want to, get a feel of that. And then the thing that I was talking about a second ago is, I think it's there. That's the thing. Obviously, when we're talking about something, I'm not gonna find it because that's how things goes around here. Um, why? Why is it always the case? Why does it change spot when I'm looking for the things in question? that we need to talk about. God damn. God damn. I am not gonna find it. That's the. It's there. That was complicated. Yeah, there is this thing that pops in like about a week ago now, and it is similar to the idea that I like. If you wanted to create like a thing, then that might work. But yeah, um, yeah, I don't think that works. What a great use of cloud design, not being able to share your work. God damn. But yeah, now other than that, yeah. If you want, so Tickle, if you want to experiment with animations and conceptual animations that are not necessarily UI, I would highly recommend you check Spline. Mainly because the newest things in Spline are very interesting. So they now have the OMA, which is the new app things, but most importantly, they have HANA, which is their flat-ish design tool, in which they are using the principle of 3D within a very flat element. So everything is supposed to be as vector-based, as flat as possible. And then they have all of their like controls that they have in Spline 3D that are extremely useful and stand out so much when it comes to what you can do and how you can use them and so on. Like all of these are very interesting as a, as a concept, but you can achieve a ton of other things that are not necessarily achievable in a regular classical um, Figma file, basically. So all of these 3D rendering are like pretty interesting and impressive. So yeah, like that's the type of thing that we don't have in Figma that I wish we had, like the follow frame, the clicks, the interactivity that is like a bit more interesting is good. But yeah. Um and the story, I don't know, but I kind of know. Specifically if you are talking about Claude. But yeah. Yeah, I think you need like a different type of something within your team or somehow. Um I mean, isn't it the same design that you already have? Um yeah. I mean, you can share it in the design and help channel directly on Traveler. That's an option. That is an option. I mean, it feels like uh, the first draft that you had, and then it had like it's kind of shit. Uh, Design wise, it adds some of the issues that we talked about an hour and a half ago now, which are the yeah. No, to my point of view, it is shittier in terms of design than the thing that you have generated through Claude in the first place. But yeah, these are just the thing that we used to do. It's just it's crazy. I know. Um, Like if we go for alerts cards on Dribble, and let's say I'm gonna filter um, without, I can't do that. I can't order by like the opposite. I would need the opposite. Um, Popular from all the times. We will see if I go to something that is like old enough. A lot of these designs definition of having that sub-level top section, side section to highlight the color in question. Um, and it's basically where things are coming from. So Claude has been trained on that. And obviously, that looks familiar. um, oh, by the way, I need to talk about that, but I don't think I can show you what I'm talking about because it's a Russian slash Ukrainian slash I don't know Cyrillic speaking review of Can. The person that has sent the review gave me 2 stars and said, I'm going to paraphrase because it's funny. This app advertise the paid content as paid content. That's basically what they said. See, that's the type of thing that we used to do, and then now that it's going through um, the rounded corners, it's yeah, yeah. Basically, they were complaining about the fact that everything is I'm trying to make you buy like the subscription or to buy some coins or other things. And what it tells me is that that user burned through so much of their coins on the first day. They made so many mistakes that now they are not living in the me thing. I will take a look in a second, which is if you have been using the app and you use it every day, your coins are going to basically reset every day, and you get 5 coins per day for free, and you can buy more if you want to. But if you don't and you just use the app on a daily basis, you basically accumulate 5 coins a day, and then if you make no mistakes, you get more coins. Like you get 1 coin for free if you get like a very simple 5 questions quiz. You get 1 coin for free, and so on. So what that means is that that user right now is doing so many mistakes that they end up seeing this so often that it pisses them off, and then they can buy some coins or they can subscribe. They don't want to subscribe. And then the thing that is funny to me is in the dictionary section, when they go into the section that is called available extensions, where it shows you that this thing is locked and paid, when you click on it, you can buy the dictionary. Like that's the plan. And I have the upgrade button right there. So obviously. you know, it's really interesting to have these feedbacks happening. But it happens. It happens. Anyways, all that to say that these things are coming from the old dribble design, and so you should not have that. Stony, India, please remove them. Remove them. Uh, and yes, I didn't see that first try that you made. That's for sure. But nonetheless, avoid that. Avoid these things if you can. And if you can just remove that on the side, on the top, at the bottom, on the other side, just get rid of it. It's a dated design concept. Um, but you know, oh, we need to take a look at that when Kane is coming back. So, 3D illustration using Cinema 4D. Congrats on that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Just in time, indeed. I didn't cheat it. I just closed my tabs, and yours was the last one that I haven't visited yet. So now I saw the thing. This is pretty cool. It looks like, or it reminds me of the 2022 Microsoft ads for the new products. 2021, 2022, like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I think you may have some issues with the readability of the content, but I don't think that's the main point here. Um, I'm gonna go on Behance, and it's, you know, I I know it's crazy, but brace yourself. The video for Microsoft Teams and the teams at Microsoft Teams for the marketing is basically the vibe that it's giving me. And it's yeah, that's what I see. That's their whole fucking presentations from like 2022. This is the Fluent design system that they used to have, and they announced in 2019 or 2018 and never used anywhere, which is really cool to work with, or at least to see how it works and so on. But yeah, it reminds me of this, and it's pretty well done. Um, I think you have everything where it needs to be. You may need to have like a bit more contrast, or if you could export that as an object and give it to me as a spline implementation here so that I can interact with it, just having like, tilt shift, whatever within the website, it could be great. If that's already the case, then that would be great. But because right now this is a screenshot, I don't know. But yeah, no, it's really cool. It, as long as you don't need the content to be readable, it works. It does the job. I like it. I like it. It's nice. Hey, that hurts. But yeah, that's the wrong thing. That's the nice. That's a nice thing. You may want to get like a bit more of that. Like you have this translucence that makes the background blurred. You may want to bump that just a smidge so that it doesn't really distract in the background, but it's just a detail. The only thing that stands out to me as a thing that is not great is this chart here and this number there. So these are the two things. This feels out of place, and this feels out of place as well. But I don't know how you could get the exact same thing or the exact same feel without like being too flat. Like that icon right here is kind of too flat. So using the same principle as the shoe for that icon could be interesting. And in that case, then you could do the same thing here. What I'm seeing as well is that this tag is raised from the floor, and this one isn't really. It is, but it's not as visible as it could be. So, small detail, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, but it's cool nonetheless. It's pretty cool. But yeah, it really gave me that vibe right away. So congrats. um, congrats on that. If that was the goal, then you did good. It's a simple nitpick, by the way. It's like you don't need to do much. It's mostly like a figuring out the texture, figuring out the elements to it's sometimes it's just a smidge amount of something. This is such a oh my god, this is such a 2018, 2019 type of Houdini implementation. We've done so many of these. They are great, by the way. Sassy, hi, welcome. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? You got a job? How was the interview that you had last time? How was it? How did it go? God damn it. That means it didn't go. But yeah, um these are cool. These are cool concepts. We like that. But I mean, we've done so many of them. So I get it. And I know you're far away now, but the fact that the teams at Microsoft Teams decided to drop this thing 6 years ago ish, a bit more than that, I think. And then everyone else, no exception, decided, oh yeah, that's the new vibe that you want for software now. You don't have any options. Like that is what will define software definition for ads, and everyone is trying to duplicate and achieve the same level of polish and cannot is a crazy thing to see. Um, like I love that. Anyways, they move a bit slow because it's a small own business. But do you mean this in the way that they haven't replied yet and they might just be slow? Or do you mean they move slower than you and therefore it wouldn't really be a match for your skills there? That's two different things. These are two different things. God dang. But yeah, that's good job on that though. Not gonna lie. Mm. Did you? I mean, if the interview went well, mm, mm. Um, was that like a freelance project type of thing, or was that just a full-time in-house situation? Staff. Um, I'm trying to see if we can finesse our way in. Basically saying, but if you hire me now, I can make the overwhelming part go away because you don't have to take care of this, and that I will take care of for you. and you can focus on the thing that matters to you. So hire me. You know, that could work. It could work. Kane. Um, I uh, I wish I had. I wish I had. I don't think I do. I wish I had this because I've worked on something that is very much the same. Which is crazy. Let me before I take a look, let me see if I can just find the thing in question because that would be crazy. That would be crazy. I think I have saved stuff, but I also don't think I have. It was some sort of uh, an old project in Sketch, and therefore, um, oh my God. Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna find the thing. God damn it. I might. uh, these are these are screenshots from uh, the landing page, kinda. So it's a bit minimized and so on, but we had things like this. So Brainstorm used to be a platform for brainstorming, as the name implies, where you had basically asynchronous brainstorming sessions where the entirety of your team needs to go through all of the steps at their own pace, so that if they get in like as the first user, then they will be like the first to practice and so on. And then if you are the second user, you would have some sort of a replay of what the first user has done. So that if you are currently thinking and answering the question that is in the brainstorming workflow that we had in mind, then you are currently typing one of the post-its, and then the first users drop something after like a minute and 33 seconds, you would see their post-it just drop in at the same point. And so we had these things with similar IDs and so on, and we did have like the timers and not the Pomodoro thing, but basically the simplicity of it with the questions of what you were supposed to do, and you could create posters that would just stacks underneath, um, basically like this. And it was an interesting concept. Then again, now that I'm looking at it from that time, we were proud of what we were creating. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is shit, bro. This is really bad. But you know, it's fun to see. It's fun to see the update. Um, I wish I had like the content. I don't think I do. I may have on abstract, but like that's unlikely. Yeah, it's dead now. So sad. Anyways, Brainstow is 2018. Yeah, 2018. I think 2018, 2019. I feel like that's the win. So it's old-ish, but it's not that old either. Like it's just 8 years old, 6 years old-ish. So you know, eh, mm. I should have done a better job, but I didn't. Um, this is cute as fuck. I'm gonna say that right away. It's working really well. I will not start the timer. Huh. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. This is great. Ah, ah. I need to be able to undo something. Like not just like this, because if it's like the blue one, oh, ah, I said nothing. Forget about it. I said nothing. I was about to say if it's just like the yellow one at the end, it works. I like this. I like the progress that is properly advancing based on what's happening. Um, However, this is wrong. I mean, it was wrong for a split second. Um, if you were here on Wednesday when we looked at the to-do app for the house, uh, it had the confettis things. I feel like that could work as well. Um, as a concept, I really like this. I wish I could just bring it back in here. Um, but yeah, it seems to be, yeah. Yeah, there's no sound. That's cool. Um, as a as a concept, as what it is and how you have it like uh built, I feel like it's pretty good. There is some shit that I would change, you know me by now. So mostly on the bottom gradient shadow thing, I don't like it. I don't like it. Um like we were on there a second ago. I Post-it is a very specific thing, and god dang. And it's not it's not much, but if you just you know take that, move that like a bit in, not too much, but like whatever, and then curve them just a smidge, and then aligning them uh horizontally and vertically, they just match. And then from there you just add pure white radial gradient going from white to white at 0%, and you make sure that this thing is like right in the corner, right about there. Um, you know, that type of shit. And after that, you kind of good. Like you don't really have much to do. The only thing that you might want is something like this, maybe. Maybe like the same thing that we've done earlier, which I'm guessing it's gonna be easier if I just do that. Um, yeah, just that. Not all. uh, it's too strong. That that white highlight is too strong. But yeah, the only issue that you have here with what I just did is the fact that if for some fucking reason you decide that your post-it is like this, that that is not good. That will never work. So most people are just going through the regular post-it, which is uh, very much not that. Like very much that's my post-it, and that's it. That's the post-it. I think um I think the Miro sticky notes are a good um it was very much too strong. But like they have this thing where they are basically using a vertical drop shadow as if it was like very much raised from the floor at the bottom, but not from the rest, which is okay. Um, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Nothing really standing out on this. Um, and I think Fig Jam sticky notes are good as well. They are like better looking overall because they are designed. It's just the colors that they are using that is better. But other than that, that's it. Most of these things are gonna stay straight all the times. So yeah. But no, this is great. From the thing that I said, you heard me say that many times since you've been here for 5 years. Thank you, by the way, again. But um that the thing that just happened earlier when I said, "Oh, it could be nice if I could just, undo something," as if I wanted to just take the green one and then I took the green one and it worked. It's the event that I had with macOS and the iPadOS as well, and I said at one point, "Yeah, I would love to be able to." Oh fuck, I can. Like that's basically the thing, and you did a very great job right here. Everything was where it's supposed to be. Like I wasn't trying to achieve something that I didn't know how to do. Like the fact that I could go in there, write the task, and then drop it in is a very intuitive thing. I would just say if I pull that off, I'm expecting a green sticky note to drop. And earlier, it basically randomize the colors and cycling through, but that I don't know. So I would cycle through here as well, so that it's uh it's the thing. And the fact that the keyboard, if it's selected, the keyboard is working. Oh my god, that's working. So to me, this is great. No, you did good. You did very good. It's just a fucking shadow at the bottom that feels wrong to me. But other than that, it's great. You can select the colors. You can say that something is done. You can drop it to say that it's done. And yeah, and press backspace to delete. You can't press enter to say that you validated it, which is kind of sad. But yeah, no, that's cool. That is cool. Design wise, it's working. Shadows are a bit strong on this thing, but you know. I would switch though, by the way. I would go with, oh, do I have that? I don't know. I don't know if I can have that. 1 second. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. I'd probably go with something like this for the design of it in light mode, and just say it's raised when it's not pressed, and then when you press play, it's gonna go down and it stays down. Because right now what you have is not that. What you have is this one is pressed and currently active, which means that my start button is also pressed and currently active compared to the other 4 buttons that are in there. So with that in mind, like if I'm pressing to activate something, I'm expected that this is the same behavior. So I would have that in white with the background and so on instead of anything else. But yeah. And yeah, I know. That's why I use cursor instead. Does it make sense? It makes more sense. And don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I hope the groceries are good. It is. It is, and it works well. I feel like, and I'm gonna be a streamer about it. I feel like this as a stream overlay, like if I'm here, for example, right, and we say that I'm currently on the co-working things, and therefore you don't see my screen because privacy and whatever, you just don't hear me chat because we had co-working and so on, and I'm adding a new task and it just flies over to a corner of the screen as a current task to do. And then I have in the top right or top left, I mean, that's the top left for you. I I don't know, I have the top section with the Pomodoro timer that is visible around here, and the amount of tasks that I have to do. It would be a pretty good thing. It's not much, but it's a fun thing to have. And the randomness of the stickers is cool. And I'm never gonna do co-working stream, but if you want to co-work while you're watching the stream, then you're welcome to do so. Oh, that was fun. Sorry. Look at it. I broke it. I broke it, and then it just goes in. Uh, the only thing that I would say here on the drag and drop that I could potentially change is if I reposition something, I would love for the randomness of rotation to be randomized again so that I can drop it somewhere else and it doesn't have the exact same angle again. Um, but yeah. And then the last thing is going to be like the multi-select things makes so much more sense to reorganize, everything and so on. But yeah, it's kind of sad that it's also selecting the text at the same time. I know why that's happening. I had the same issue, and yeah. Um, I'm not saying all of them have the same angle. I'm saying if I what I'm saying is if I pick up something, the physics while I'm making it move needs to follow through, meaning that when I'm dropping it like in one drop or in the other, I would expect the post-it to basically be at a different angle so that if you have post-its in front of you, if you pick it up from the bottom, you're probably going to drop it with an angle that is more to the left. If you pick it from the bottom right or bottom left, it's going to be more to the right. If you pick it from the top, it's probably going to sag a bit when you're trying to just align it, so it's going to be towards the left. That type of shit is the me being me and trying to polish the user interface as much as I can. But yeah, no, the main goal for me is always going to be attempting to have like the physics of the thing that you are trying to take with you to follow through. That's the idea. It's simple, it works, and if you have like OCD or ADHD or whatever, and you want all your post-its to be like as clean as possible, then you will try. And if you figure out, because you figure out that if you pick up the post-it right here, it has like a bit of physics, but then when you drop it, it's straight. Then maybe you will pick all of them, and then you drop it in straight. You know, just because you can, just because you can. But no, you did a very good job. Um, I I like this. I think it's a very cool idea, very cool system, and it's easy enough to understand that I understood it in like right away. So that's really cool. Design is good. Presentation makes sense. The only thing that may need to happen is um I'm gonna use that again, is one of these. Like in your empty states when you don't have anything and the person is like first time coming in, having an arrow right there that says um drag it in, or something, just as a bit of a hint, similar to what we have in FigJam, for example. um that is an option. That is a pretty simple option, and it would make sense. It would make sense. And yeah, I would love to have like some physics as well. Also, that makes no sense. If I'm dragging something and then I'm saying, you know what, no, and then I bring it back here, I don't expect it to still stick. Like I put it back. I don't need it. No, it is great. You did good. I like it. I like it. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm I'm using the delete key on my keyboard instead of the backspace. So maybe you need to add the delete key as well as an option to delete something, which I know is not necessarily something that everyone has, but yeah. Congrats on that, though. Congrats on that. Speaking of grocery shopping, I need to go do some grocery shopping, so I'm gonna need to send you to something, someone, somewhere. It is Friday, so I'm guessing either Clarkio is live at this point, not yet, probably soon. And Coffee Den Code is live on this Friday, so I'm guessing we can go there. Unless something else is happening that I don't know. What the fuck is Team the Tatman live on Twitch? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Yeah, I need to buy some food because otherwise I won't have some food, and it's needed to have some food. So you know that's the thing. Stony, where do you go? Coffee or do you go bit gamey or full box? Full box is live as well. That's true. That is true. Um, where we going? Where we going? Gonna be the question. Yeah, the grocery is gonna be fine, but I need to do it. Not much. We haven't. You know what? We haven't been in full box in a long time. I feel like so. I'm sending you there. I'm sending you there because it makes sense. Makes sense. It's fine. It's fine. Full. Anyways, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. Thanks a lot for watching and so on. If you have questions and I'm not live, as always, join the Discord, ask the question there. I will answer when I can. Cat, hi, bye. If you have a big perfume collection, please use perfume. If you have a big list collection, please use band. And if you have a willingness to learn Japanese, please use cat. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I'll see you on Monday with, I hope, some news, but I don't know. And as I mean, it happens. I know you sent me some DMs, so I'm gonna check that after. But yeah, um, you know, I'll see you on Monday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. As always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Use Kane Pomodoro timer. It's fun. It's nice. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you soon. Bye.